Good morning, everyone. And yes, it's a little bit earlier than we're used to, but this is round nine of the ALMATY Open 2025. My name is Jessie February, and we are joined today by a brand new co host, and it is Felix Blohberger, Grandmaster. How are you doing, Felix?
Thank you, Jesse. As you mentioned, it is a bit early, but yeah, we have a nice tournament to follow and to comment. So I'm sure we're gonna wake up in quite a short time.
I hope so too. I'm still going through my first cup of coffee, so I'm hoping that we will. But it seems as though you are actually Mitrava today. I think our team are all chess players because we hate early mornings and they
Yeah,
haven't had a chance yet to fix the graphics. So good morning, everyone. We will be fixing them really soon. But we also have some amazing games that we want to take a look at, and I didn't want to delay it too much, right? We wanted to jump straight in. But you've been watching the tournament so far. What are your thoughts?
yeah, absolutely. I mean, I typically watch all top tournaments, and this one is definitely one which counts for that as well because there are so many strong players. And yeah, what has kind of struck me the most is how serious the tournament is and how serious the players are preparing for their games. Like what I could notice from the far is that almost everyone comes extremely well booked up to their games and are showing some of the highest level of opening preparation, which you can possibly see in open tournaments. That was my impression overall.
That's true, and we've honestly been able to tell or roughly get some sort of idea, unless players were bluffing or double bluffing, as I just realized was a thing. Um, that players are playing quite quickly in the opening, as you mentioned. They're well prepared, and maybe even on move 15, 16, they're still sitting on like more than an hour and a half, which is incredible. And probably this is owing just to as well as the prize fund of the tournament, which is $100,000. And imagine, Felix,
Wow.
yeah, you're walking away with first prize and $18,000 in your pocket just for coming first in the Masters section. And I mean, also for second place, there was 14,000, third place 10,000, and their prizes all the way up to 15th place, including one for the best female player. So definitely worth fighting for. Um, could I ask, and
That's
this is,
impressive, yeah.
yeah, this is like a bit of a
Uh,
personal question, but what is the most money you have won in a chess tournament? Like one singular chess tournament?
Great question. I think it was when I played in the St. Louis Chess Club once, and I became first place. I think it was like 4,000 US dollars.
Wow, that is a lot. Jeez. Okay, so
Yeah, yeah.
you played in the US. How was your experience?
Well, it was great to be in the St. Louis Chess Club because you always see those pictures like online, but to be there in person for the first time is something different entirely. So that was a great experience, and then to win this tournament was even better.
Wow.
And but
Who's
yeah,
your mhm.
the thing is that those things like I've been playing chess for about 17 years, and those things happened to me once in all of that time. So those big prizes, unfortunately, at least if you're not like a 2700 player, they unfortunately don't happen that often.
It's scarce. They definitely need to put more into chess, I believe. Uh, Not only just in the US, maybe just worldwide, right?
Yeah, and that's what they're doing with this tournament. So that's really fantastic. Yeah.
Exactly. Freedom Holding Corp putting a lot of effort, energy, resources into tournaments like this. And I mean, we've also seen this name quite often, right? We've seen them be one of the main sponsors of most recently the World Schools happening in Washington, D.C., the World Rapid and Blitz last year in December, and yeah, I think a few other events as well as the 2023 World Championship. Was it 2023 or 2022 between Dingley Ren and Jan Pomnishi, um, when it was
Oof,
actually happening in
good question.
Kazakhstan? Yeah, but they were also one of the main
Yeah.
sponsors over there. And chat is saying that Mitrava Goa is looking a little bit different today. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think he just changed his hair and makeup, and now we have a brand new person in front of us. Yeah, but it is Felix Blohberger, and you're from Austria, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yes. Okay, got it right.
From Vienna, yeah.
Yes, from Vienna. Wow,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
like one of the best cities in the world, I feel like.
That's what people are saying, yeah, and I typically tend to agree.
Yeah. Maybe in close contention with my favorite city here in South Africa, Cape Town. But maybe someone who's experienced both of them can let us know in chat which one you find is better. I've only briefly been to Vienna. I wish I had a
Hmm.
chance to actually explore, but I was only at the train station passing through.
Oh, okay, okay. That's not the greatest part of Vienna.
No, I don't imagine it is. Yeah. But hi everyone. Good morning. And okay, I feel like we're missing out on a lot of things right here, Felix, because
Yeah,
the moves are coming in so fast.
I mean this one game it started already, and it was quite clear that it's probably heading towards a draw. With this line with Bishop D2, how they played it in this Scotch four knights.
Yeah, shall we take a look
Yeah, yeah, good
between
idea.
Alexei Grebnev? And just to note, I mean, Alexei probably only needs a draw to secure one of the top three places, right? He's on 6 points and he's one of the two leaders of the tournament right now, with Aditya Mittal also on 6 points.
Yeah, and do you know how the tie breaks are looking? Like if Aditya also makes a draw, who's gonna be first, or is it unclear?
That is a very good question. And according to chess results, it seems like the first tiebreak is Buchholz, um, game points count one, and then
Hmm.
second tiebreak is direct encounter. So direct encounter is not the first one. Third one is number of wins, including buys. Um, but yeah, I think on
They're
tiebreaks,
quite close, next to each other with tie breaks as far as I can see.
yeah, like point 0.5.
Yeah, so if Aditya Mittal also makes a draw, then it's just like a casino, I would say.
Exactly. I'm not exactly sure how to calculate Buchholz. It's the number of points your opponent has, I think,
Yeah,
if you've
so
beaten
so it all
them.
depends how their opponents play in the last round, if I get it correctly.
Oh, right.
Like if their opponents score well, then their Buchholz is gonna increase.
That's true, but
That's
only the ones they've won, I imagine.
yeah, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It's always so embarrassing, but I never really fully understood the concept of those tie breaks.
No, not at all. I don't think there's a single person. Okay, I'm talking about obviously our statisticians. No, that's not even a word. Mathematicians. Let's go with mathematicians and people who love statistics will know exactly what's going on over there. But us
Yeah.
normal muggles, I feel like we're okay and nothing to be embarrassed about. Yeah. But you mentioned this bishop d2 line. Shall we take a look quickly at
Yeah,
what's going on?
because typically white takes on d5 and then goes for short castle, which is also extremely solid, but at least there is some play in the position still. Like black typically castles short as well, and then white goes h3 and queen f3 and bishop g5 and so on. But
Right.
this move bishop d2 already is sort of inviting black to trade a lot of pieces at once, which actually happened in the game.
Mm-hmm. So bishop d2. Yeah, I think I've briefly taken a look at this and I was actually talking to someone last year and I played this line in the Scotch with taking, and then the point was that after castling, as you mentioned, h3, and they basically asked me why didn't I go for this bishop d2 line instead, because it was somehow better or more popular or, more played, or and I didn't know it. So I actually didn't know anything about this bishop d2 line. Yeah.
Yeah, it
Okay.
is a very solid line, but like it's extremely difficult for black to generate any play here. Like if black wants to play for a win. But black does have the option to more or less force a draw, like he played in the game as well, like this.
Mm.
So there are many games which go like this.
Oh wow.
There was even one top encounter, like 99% of the games end in draws. But if I remember correctly, there was a game between Sergei Karyakin with white who beat, I think it was Vidit who had the black pieces.
Yes, you got it right.
Yeah.
And we can probably briefly take a look at that game. Yeah, I'm gonna
Do
try
you
and
have it in front of
insert
you
it.
or?
Yeah, I can search it like um through the database. I can see it here as well. Like all of them are draws except this one game. Amazing
Yeah.
memory though that you're able to recall that. So I think in the game you played something like Bishop f3, King f8. Let's just come back. Sorry, we must have. But Bishop f3 was played in the game, I think. Yeah, Bishop f3,
Yeah.
King f8, Rook b8. How did he win though? h4.
I mean, white's rook is a bit more active, and I think that's what caused black the game, yeah, because sometimes those pawns on the queen side can become weak, yeah.
Hmm. So this was the game between Vedit and Sergei Karyakin. Just going through it really quickly. Okay, so he ended up winning the pawn on the c file. Okay, it
Yeah.
keeps jumping, but we can come back to the live game. So instead, I mean, it went quite similarly, that the pieces came off. But you were
Yeah,
right.
and
I mean, it's sort of completely drawish, right? Sorry, continue.
yeah.
Mhm.
And there is this one quite typical idea. I'm not sure where exactly it is, but for black to go bishop e2 at some point, to try and exchange the bishops.
Mm.
Because the rook endgames anyway should be a draw, even if one pawn gets lost on the queen side. Typically, black gets enough active play,
Is it
and
possible here?
it could be that it's here. I'm not entirely sure where it was.
Okay, and this is just
Yeah, something like that, for example. Yeah, that should be nothing at all.
okay. Amazing. In this position, and even telling chat right now, I mean, they're on move number 20, and there's still 3 games in the database with this position.
Yeah, that doesn't happen so often.
No, it does not. I did want to note quickly that on board 4, we were discussing whether this was a. Oh, it was a draw, in fact, but not quite the one we had seen with the
Oh yeah,
transmission error. This is just a
yeah, you're
Berlin
right.
draw.
Yeah,
We can take a look though at the Berlin draw. So if anybody wants to know exactly how to end a game very quickly, this is how to do it. But yeah, then the very famous check, and so on. Cape Town is bigger, everything's bigger, and Africa. I'm not sure what that means, but yes, everything is bigger in Africa. Okay. um, I'm just gonna try and refresh our overlay. Okay. So how does it feel to have an identity crisis?
are you asking me? It's
Because you're
difficult, yeah. It's
mid trouble.
difficult.
Yeah, it's battling with your name and identity. Okay. But Naranyan now ends on. Let me double check the scores as well. I believe that he now has 5.5, and Atabayev has 6 points, which is a great, amazing score to end on. Um, 6 out of
Yeah, he
9.
had he had a pretty good tournament overall, yeah. I think.
Yeah, let's check it out. Yeah, he was
I
gaining.
do it, it was that game that he won against Matlakov, yeah. I remembered.
Yes, I think so. He actually uh beat, yeah, Maxim Metlakov, very amazing victory. And yeah, I think he's actually, I mean, his rating is 2492, and after this tournament, it's well over 2500.
Yeah, yeah.
So well done to him. Shall we go to board number two?
Yeah, that's a good idea. We're still a bit earlier in the opening phase in that one.
Oh, I didn't ask. Are you looking at the OBS? Because I know that we're not quite in sync in terms of. Uh...
It's not quite in sync, or
Oh, the OBS is, but I meant that,
okay.
yeah, being in the Lichess study, not yet.
Uh,
Okay.
yeah, I do look at your stream, and I also have all of the games open on another tab just to
Okay.
see like what is going on generally.
Brilliant. All right. Shall we go from the start?
Yeah, this is nice for me to see because I'm a big proponent of knight f3 on the first move and going for this type of ready setup,
Oh,
which
okay.
Jacobian also chose.
Do you like the King's Indian?
Yeah, I like it too. Yeah.
So you watch a lot of Basema Menza games then?
Yeah, it's for me. It's always nice to see because he's one of the rare people that still plays the King's Indian on the highest level and still does so with pretty good results. And that just shows his experience and overall capabilities in those structures, which I always very much admired.
Do you think it's a good way to, I mean, there's still a lot of theory in it, but a good way to sidestep any major lines?
You mean with the King's Indian or?
Yeah, because you're not really committing to any pawn advancements immediately in the center, I guess. Like you're starting with knight f3, maybe even sometimes just going g3, bishop g2 castles that you can still choose.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's one main reason to play it as well. That you can kind of follow your strategic ideas and strategic plans without sometimes knowing too much theory. Of course, in the King's Indian, there are also lines they have like theory until move 30 or so, but
Yeah.
overall, you can really depend on the structure which you're gonna get, and you can always pre-move the first 5 or 6 moves, and then you can just play your general ideas. So that's what I like about the King's Indian.
I would love to pre-move OTB, to be honest.
Yeah, that would be fun. Yeah.
But we're talking about memory yesterday, and how's your memory in general? Do you find that it's quite good?
When it comes to useless things, I can always remember them, but when it comes to remembering my own openings, then for some reason I'm struggling.
Oh
How
dear.
how is it for you?
Yeah, pretty much the same. Like, the thing is, I have a very good memory when it comes to chess, usually, but everything else really, really bad. But opening theory, unless I'm understanding it or repeating it a bajillion times, I'm not going to remember too much.
Yeah.
Yeah. My long-term memory is something I need to work on. But we were talking about whether someone with a photographic memory would actually have a leg up when it comes to chess, and I think so. I mean, they'd pretty much be able to remember anything theory related and be able to outplay their opponent in the opening. And yeah, that's
Yeah.
just something else, I guess.
Is it actually like official that Magnus also has a photographic memory, or it's not?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. To be honest, I feel like it's clear that those who are really good at or are called theoreticians in chess would have a good memory. And I'm talking about um, maybe Fabiano Caruana, maybe Magnus Carlsen, maybe I think Prague is also high up there. Prague
Yeah,
Nantes,
yeah.
yeah.
It's
Um,
always for me. It's always difficult to say because I guess the majority of them do have this fantastic memory, but I can also imagine some of them just working on chess like 10 or 12 hours per day, maybe more. Who knows? And from there on, that they just put in the time to memorize the lines, to understand the lines, and therefore their knowledge is so big. But I guess for top players, it's kind of a mix of both, because you don't become so good by being a mere mortal in
Mere
most
mortal.
cases.
True, there's a very fine line between skill and talent. I feel like hard work is a huge contributor. And yeah, I mean, not luck, but talent can get you that far, and hard work will take you the rest of the way.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Oh
So in this
no.
Jacobian game, that's in the opening. So Jacobian went for this b3 move. He didn't want to go into the classical Catalan, and with b3 he wants to go for a type of double fianchetto, which is quite a nice system. And Aditya went for went for c5 immediately, which is one possible move. But Black generally had a couple of different options as well. And now after,
You
yeah,
think?
instead of, yeah, c6 is possible, b6 is possible, d4 is possible. So there are many different alternatives as well.
Hmm.
But here now we transpose to kind of a, how's it called, to an IQP structure later on, when white played d4, and black is going to be stuck with the isolated pawn on d5. But black is also extremely solid, and I've seen many of Aditya's games in this tournament, but also before, and he's definitely one of the best prepared players in the field. And generally, like, always, if you watch his games, he basically always has interesting ideas in the opening stage, and comes extremely well prepared. So I think he worked this out really well, which also sort of tells with his time that he's on 135 still.
Yeah, 135 is a whole flex. He's not here to bluff. He's here to put all his cards on the table. And yeah, this is my first time seeing any of Aditya's games, and it's really a nice introduction to seeing his preparation in a tournament like this. But yeah, I mean, he's been playing really fast, and to go into this IQP structure quite willingly, I always get a little bit terrified having a weakness or a potential strength, I guess, in an opening where you're going into an IQP against a strong player. But what are your thoughts? You like playing with IQP? You don't mind?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would also prefer it with white in this case, but I also always, at least, I mean, it depends on the circumstances, of course, but overall, I also enjoy the dynamic possibilities of uh, of having the IQP as well, having more space and more room for your pieces quite often. But of course, it depends quite a lot on some concrete factors as well.
Right. And as white, you said you prefer playing white. What would some of the ideas be? Because surely you'd want to get your knight to d5. I was immediately thinking of ways to play knight c3, rook d8, something like knight b5, knight d5. But maybe it's a little bit slow. I'm not sure.
Yeah, one plan is to blockade the d5 pawn, because what black wants to do is either get rid of the weakness, so push d4 at some point,
Hmm.
or try to use some dynamic factors like having the e4 square for the knight, having room for the bishop on c8, um, and those type of things. So what white typically wants to do is first attack the pawn on d5, and or also blockade the d4 pawn. And generally, what if it comes to piece exchanges, white would generally like to trade minor pieces, so
Hmm.
that he's gonna have just major pieces who are able to attack the d5 pawn.
Right.
And black typically wants to keep all pieces on the board, just to keep this dynamic tension.
Those are some really, really good notes to make. And yeah, after this, I'm not even sure what would be some of the best ideas. Oh, knight b5 is actually a move. Let's go.
You do have to watch out sometimes for those knight sacrifices on f2 though. Like
Oh,
here, probably doesn't work because you can take with the rook, but it's still always a thing to watch out for here.
okay. I didn't know that was even a thing, to be honest with you. So this is really good information. So we can probably make an example here. So, okay, rook e1, maybe not.
Yeah, it's hard to find an example right here, but actually I think in the game there's a good example. Like if you go to the yeah, that's another nice one, yeah.
Yeah, something like this.
But in the exact live position again in the game, because I think I prepared this exact position during my last tournament, and if I'm not entirely wrong, after e3 queen e7,
Oh, so
I
e3, queen e7,
that
yes.
was played in the game as
Yeah.
far as I can see. I think there was a move to take on d5 with the queen.
Oh, rook d8.
And now is it queen c4 maybe? And now I think knight takes f2 was the move, if I'm not wrong.
Okay, still I'm a mere mortal, so I'm gonna switch on the engine here, but I just wanted to see what happens. So I'm
Yeah, I
assuming here
think it
bishop
should be
takes.
I
Oh,
think it
queen
should be
takes.
queen takes e3.
Oh, and there's no way to like protect it properly because the rook's
But
coming.
yeah, but it does go on. Like I think it was maybe queen f1.
Queen f1.
And
Yes.
then at some point black takes on f2 and gets some activity. Yeah, like moves like knight b4, for example, yeah.
This is insane. Queen f2. Queen f2, bishop f2, like this is going. And then knight d3. Oh my gosh. And it is over. It is over. King e3 takes. I mean, does the knight even come out? What happens if rook? Yeah? Oh, probably check. Oh, rook d3 check. Oh, gorgeous. This is just like
Yeah,
10 out
yeah.
of 10. Amazing. But why does it show that it's still... I mean, there's probably something that...
Yeah, I just checked out of curiosity. I mixed the lineup a little bit, but it's sort of correct here. Black immediately has to take on f2.
Yes.
But the point is actually quite nice because if you play rook d8 first,
Okay.
then after queen c4,
Oh, sorry. Before this, queen c4.
yeah, now knight takes f2 doesn't work as well because white has queen c3,
Oh dear. And
which is
this.
quite a nice intermediate move, yeah.
True.
And on the next move, you might be even able to take with the king on f2.
Oh, nice. Yes, you'd have to stop. Checkmate. What happens here, bishop?
Yeah, I guess that should just win, yeah, and king h1, for example.
Oh, this is so interesting. Okay, coming back. That huge difference between the queen being on d5 versus c4. Okay, so here after queen takes, you have knight f2. Brilliant.
And then it goes on rook f2 and now rook d8, I believe, and then queen g5 as far as I
Yes, queen
can
g5.
tell.
Rook
And then
d1
some
check.
queen exchange and bishop e3, yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I was preparing at some point there.
This was your preparation. I mean, this is like move 16. Wow.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Are you one of the players who study chess 10, 11 hours a day?
no, I'm definitely not.
Oh dear. Okay.
But the thing is, if I mean, if you're playing it with black, because I did prepare it with from the black side. If you play a move like queen e7, you should kind of know what's going on if white just grabs the pawn, because if you don't have anything, then yeah, you're just a pawn down for nothing.
Okay. Yeah, you sort of want to have some compensation for the d5 pawn if you're giving it up. I'm just fixing the overlay. Yeah, looks like the team is awake, but unfortunately, we're not
I'm
able to
still
make
mid
any.
Rabbi.
Yeah, I could double check. You should be added to the study now, by the way.
Hmm. Thank you. Yeah, I am.
Great. Yeah, just make sure it's synced. Um, if you were to make any errors, could we do like a testing?
Um, can you see the arrow?
Which board are you on?
Still on Jacobian's game
Okay.
in the current. Wait,
Which
what even is
which
the current live
move?
position?
Oh, the current live position.
After Rook D8. What?
Yes. You had knight
Yeah,
g5.
that was my arrow.
Great. We see your arrows. Welcome to the team.
Yeah.
Wow, Jacobian has an hour and 5 minutes, already down 30 minutes on the clock, and game's just begun. Just begun.
Yeah. So my best guess is that he's not gonna accept the gift on D5 because obviously he's playing against an opponent who knows all of the details in the opening, and it would probably not be the smartest decision to enter that.
It could be like an oh no, my pawn situation.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And a draw on board one. It seems like they just did some repetition of moves. Exactly as we discussed. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. So Grebnev is securing at least his top three spot, which is of course quite understandable.
Mhm.
And yeah, still Aditya has to hold his game against Jacobian to have a chance to share the first place.
It is still tooth and nail, and probably he's just content, right? Otherwise, he would have fought for the full point, or at least attempted. But you don't really want to risk it for the biscuit when you're on board one, and a loss could mean that you're bumped down to like 10th place or something.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, like the difference I'm assuming is quite big. Yeah, like compared to the top three places to five or fifth or sixth place,
Hmm,
you don't want to risk that.
indeed. Shall we take a look at board number three?
Yeah.
What is going on? Seems like a
So
nightmare.
it's yeah, that's true. Amin has some attacking ideas on the king side. It's a very standard type of Gioco Piano, the Italian opening. Um, and now with his previous moves, Amin has sort of hinted at the fact that maybe he has ideas with knight f4 followed by rook g6 with some ideas to attack on the king side.
After some queenside expansion for white, black goes for this knight h5 move.
That's
And
interesting. Yeah, that white played bishop b2, and then only two moves later he went back to c1.
yeah, what would be the reason for this, do you think? Probably going here. Sorry,
Well,
bishop.
typically the idea of starting with bishop e2, as far as I understand, like when he went bishop b2 for the first time, I think that the idea is that he wants to stop d5 from happening. Because
Mm-hmm.
if d5 comes now, then white often can take on d5 and then go b5 after knight takes d5, and then some immediate c4, and then we see the bishop is opening up and attacking e5. So that's quite often the case, and also c3 is protected, of course. So now maybe white can take on e5 immediately. I think the
Amazing.
main thing is that c3 is going to be protected. So I guess his idea was to stop d5, and when when Amin later on went for knight h5,
Mm-hmm.
hinting at the fact he wants to go to the king side, then Maxim just went back because the knight on h5 is also not always such a great piece. It doesn't always have to be.
Okay. Yeah, so also stopping, or not stopping, but eyeing the square on f4. And I like that. Once it's, excuse me, served its purpose on b2,
Mm.
it simply just comes back.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so knight g6 and bishop e3, so offering this trade. Do you think that if bishop e3 here, I mean, there's so many ways to recapture. You can recapture with the pawn, with the rook, with the knight. What would you take back with?
Yeah, generally either with the knight or with the rook because typically white doesn't really want to yeah, weaken his pawn structure like this because, well, you are sort of improving your king's safety by taking with the pawn because the knights cannot jump into f4. But overall, white would like to play it more positionally, to take with the knight or with the rook, and then to keep the structure intact, and then later on to play for the space on the queen side, which he managed to achieve with a4 and b4.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I like that. And what happens here in the case of knight to f4? Would you consider playing a move like knight to d5 at all? Not immediately.
Yeah, then again, the structure would change, so white
Mm,
would need to take that in account. A typical idea would be to prepare g3 somehow, like maybe go king h2 and then g3 in the next move.
I see.
That would be quite typical, yeah. Just throwing out the knight and then maybe knight f5 and
Oh,
continue like this.
another case of you did it, so why can't I?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Oh, and
yeah,
this actually allows 95 threats, I guess.
yeah. Those ideas are always there as well. Yeah.
Yeah, love that. Or maybe not, because let's say, for instance, some move is made. Takes. Can this work?
Yeah, that would work, and I guess the whole Desperado continues. Yeah,
Yeah, this is concerning. Oh, I guess it wouldn't work. Would it work? I don't know. What is this
probably a
position
draw in the
exactly?
end.
I don't know. It feels so much better for white, but yeah, you're probably right.
Like a d5 check and then queen d6 and probably g6 is gonna fall. It's
Oh, right.
um,
Yeah, I was like,
feels like
surely there's a way to protect g6, but yeah, you're right. Okay, come
feels
back.
like black is very active. Yeah.
Sure.
But the most typical reply to knight takes e5 is also just to recapture with the knight on g6. That's also quite typical. And
Mm.
then after queen h5, just to take on d3.
Oh,
That's another option for black.
well spotted. Indeed. Don't know, come back for that. But that wasn't
Mm.
even what happened. It looks like there was I played some weird line, or you played it. I'm not sure. Bishop e3. After that, this was played instead of bishop takes. But it would have been nice, of course, to take a look at bishop takes e3. Knight f4 immediately. Might we
Yeah,
see bishop takes, rook takes?
yeah. I mean, the rook on a7 is of course a little bit silly,
Hmm.
and at some moment it's gonna go back to a8 or almost certainly. But at the same time, now white doesn't have the knight on e3, which he would have had if black would capture on e3 instead.
Hmm.
And I still think that something like king h2 or knight e3 would be natural, but
Hmm.
hmm.
See. Yeah, or the meta b6, c6, rook e7.
Yeah, maybe that too, yeah. Or then f6 also. f6, rook f7, and f5, yeah.
And f6.
Like b6, c6, f6, rook f7. That would
All
be
right,
quite a
let's go.
nice. That would be quite a nice regrouping, but I don't think this plan with f5 is gonna work. At least if white is also allowed to make any moves, yeah.
Yeah, white made some moves. Very important ones. All right, yeah, that's likely not going to be the case. I mean, let's go ahead with white's plan anyway. I'm just going to continue king h2, g3, and
Knight
we're
f5
almost
maybe
there.
again.
We're almost there. Now knight f6.
Yeah, typically, I mean, the positions are never are never too bad for black, but if white manages to achieve all of that, he should be a bit better just because he has a better sort of feeling with the pawns. Yeah, like he has more space on the
Mm.
queen side, and the knights are I guess also a bit better placed than blacks.
We can call this pawn fodder and just, it's an indestructible force of pawns.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
Question, and maybe you'd like to take on this question. Who's in contention of winning the tournament?
Well, there are some obvious candidates, I would say. First of first one is of course Grebnev, who already drew his game. Secondly, I guess Aditya Mittal is the next contender. And apart from that, there are, I guess, still maybe one or two other players that could technically win the tournament.
Yeah, I think so, because with Alexei Grebnev being on 6.5, there are four players who are on 5.5, who, if they win, will manage to maybe overtake Alexei, depending on the tie breaks. If Aditya Mittal wins his game, he'll be on 7. And I don't think there's anyone else who can catch up to that score,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
he's only one of 2 people on 6 right now. And after board 1 draw, there'll be only him who can be on 7 right now, potentially.
I have a feeling that Amin Basim is probably the biggest contender, because if he wins, he has actually the best Buchholz in the whole tournament, as far as I can see.
Oh, really? Yeah,
I
his
mean,
opposition was
yeah.
quite strong. Let's see. What his Buchholz was, looking at the same
So
thing.
Amin's Buchholz after round 8 was 36.5,
Oh my gosh.
and Aditya Mittal's was 34.5. So Amin has a 2-point lead in Buchholz, which of course can also change, but still, especially if he wins, he also gets more Buchholz, I think,
Hmm.
than Aditya if he makes a draw. So
That's true. Yeah, I guess a lot of factors need to be taken into consideration, both the results of their games currently and the results of yeah,
yeah, but of
all the
course we
opponents.
have to add that Matlakov is not anyone. He's an extremely solid player, especially with white pieces, and extremely strong. So beating him with black is going to be, with black specifically, is gonna be a major challenge.
Hmm. Knight g3 is on the board.
Ah, that's interesting. I was more expecting this type of plan with some king h2 g3, but I guess he wants to just put his knight to f5 first and then continue from there on. And also at the same time, now the funny thing is that black cannot take on e3 anymore, because after f takes e3, actually black's knight is going to be trapped on f4.
That is so interesting.
I think I've never seen this type of idea before.
Okay. Yeah, the rook on e6 is not looking so pretty anymore. Do you think this rook is going to come back, or he'll commit to a rook left later?
Yeah, good question. I mean, I would like to make knight h4 work with black at some moment, because the knight on g6 often doesn't really do so much.
Hmm.
And also with knight h4, I'm making space for the rook to go to g6. But yeah, I'm not sure if it's so effective here.
Yeah, the piece harmony is feeling a bit like it needs a bit of a reboot.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so shall we give some attention to any other boards? There's already a result between Sugar and Vitaly Bernatsky. I'm a little bit confused that this already is on the board. It's
But
either a transmission error or this has actually happened.
it doesn't really make a lot of sense to play b4 here and to resign.
Yeah,
Like I could definitely imagine a draw. I don't know if there's, are there any like drawing rules, like a Sophia rule or something like that?
maybe he has a plane to catch.
Maybe you know what might have happened. Maybe he offered a draw with white. his opponent declined, and then he just said, "Okay, then I have to resign. Yeah, I need to go."
I need to go. Oh my gosh. But then why play the game in the first place? This is like a huge thing. Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a
yeah.
DGT error, it seems like. Okay. Well, we're looking at some exciting alternatives though. Shall we take a look at board number 5 between Ramazan and Zheng Yao? So this I'm guessing, and we were playing Guess the Opening quite a bit last round. This looks like a Karo Khan, am I right? Yes, it's a
Yes,
Karo Khan.
100%.
Nice. Okay, I want to see how this Karo Khan. What do you play against e4, by the way?
Mm, basically everything. Nowadays, since I'm already so old, I mostly play e5 and some boring openings. But I used to play a lot of Caro-Kann, Sicilian, and French, so basically anything.
I'm doing my research.
How old I am, or
Yep. 2000. Come on, you're not that old. You're,
I always like to make this joke
yeah.
because just in the chess world, it just feels like if you're already 20 plus, that you're already like an old man because the chess world is so young and there are so many strong players that are still so young in their age.
Okay, you make a fair point. But yeah, 23 in retrospect is not old at all. But in relation to the chess world, you'd imagine with all these up and coming juniors, it is a little bit disheartening and or demotivating rather is a better word. But yeah, we shouldn't compare ourselves. I mean, if I started comparing myself to the 10 or 11-year old who just became an international master, well, we're just doomed, aren't we? Yeah.
Yeah, that's true, of course. Yeah.
Okay. But all right, let's take a look at the Caro-Kann. And we have the two knights variation. Okay, so you play e5 against e4.
Mostly, yeah.
Hmm.
But I mean, I've seen this line, and I think I also had it with the white pieces one time with this knight a6 idea.
Okay.
And I always thought that it's actually a very interesting type of setup. So because the move itself looks quite strange. Of course, black doesn't want to go knight bd7 because it would allow quite a quick finish instead of knight a6. Because white has knight d6 checkmate if black goes knight d7. And
Yeah.
Uh, and the idea of knight a6 is that now that the queen is on e2, protecting the knight on e4, with knight a6, the knight can often go to b4, and then it becomes actually quite annoying for white to defend this pawn on c2.
Hmm.
And now that the queen is not on d1 anymore. So that's also why white played a3. I think in the game he played a3, right?
Yes. What about
Yeah.
c3? Is that worth considering, or does this pawn want to be on c4 later?
Yeah, that would also be possible. I think there are some games here as well. But generally, black has could also maybe play bishop f5 then, and the knight on a6 is anyway going to be probably quite useful later on because it could go to
Oh,
c5 or to
wow.
c7.
Yeah, this seems dangerous.
Well, here
Ouch.
knight f5 I think works because d3 is protected.
Oh, okay, yes, you make a
But
good
after
point.
bishop g6, for example,
Bishop d6, and now d4 is probably forced.
yeah, now the knight would have to go someplace else. Yeah, but still, maybe c3 was now not the most ambitious move for white. So overall, knight a6 is just very flexible for black.
Hmm. Something interesting here would be like g6,
Knight
but
takes
then
f6.
yeah, if you wanted to go home early, that is.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah,
that would be a perfect opening for Bernatsky, it seems.
yeah. Right. So a3, bishop f5. So this is exactly what happened. And the current position is here with knight to h4. Hmm.
Interesting.
Putting the bishop on g6.
Yeah, that would be quite typical. Usually, white actually doesn't go knight h4 just yet. Like, I think what would be more normal is to start with g3 instead
Hmm.
of knight h4, and only after e6 to play knight h4 when now the bishop has to go back to g6.
And then just chopping it.
Yeah, at some moment to play for the bishop pair, but overall those positions are extremely solid for black, and it's hard to break through for white because it's just this typical type of Caro-Kann structure where even black doesn't have the bishop pair, he has the very nice control of the dark squares and a nice blockade. So
Yeah,
that
and
would
it's
be
just an
more.
episode of Crazy House because there's so many pawns in front of the king.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Well, bishop g6 was played anyway, so seems as though white has. I'm not sure if save time is even a word we can use, just because if takes g3 anyway, and we get to the same position.
Yeah, now black could maybe take on d4, but overall the positions are gonna be quite similar. That's true. Yeah.
Hmm.
I was only thinking if black could try to use the chance to put the bishop somewhere else, but I guess it doesn't really make sense to put it to e6 instead of g6.
Oh, yeah, putting it on e6.
It looks quite awkward because then black cannot get e6, so I guess bishop g6 is very natural.
True. Because I'm wondering now if. Let's just make a move.
Yeah,
If like
I'm
h5.
also not sure what I'm even doing now. Yeah, so I guess bishop g6 is really logical way of playing.
Just going back to familiar postures. Okay. So shall we go up to board number 10 and then we can take our first break of today. I just wanted to briefly take a look at the openings, and it's also showing some promise here for the white pieces. Maxim Tsaruk, just according to the engine that I accidentally left on, against Dmitry Bocharov, and players here, I think they're both on 5. Yeah, they're both on 5 points, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, everyone's fighting for a victory here, probably on the top 10 boards. I mean, what we
Yeah,
saw throughout the entire tournament, Felix, is that there was a lot of peace on the top boards. And now I'm not talking about a hard fought draw. And then, at the end, it's like, okay, 2 kings on the board. No one actually wants to be like, okay, do you want to draw? But rather openings or middle games that end in repetition. Yeah.
yeah, which I guess is also an outcome just because the players are so well prepared. At least that's kind of was one impression it made on me, that they simply know the opening so well that they both remember that this is the way to play, and then in the end, as it usually happens, it often fizzles out to a repetition of moves. So
That is a fair
that might be
assessment.
one possible explanation for that. But overall, like if there's so much prize money involved, then quite often, like if you're already at the top, then you're trying to manage your risk conservatively,
That's true.
not to lose any games.
You've given the players the benefit of the doubt, and that's very commendable. Fighting for the rights of the players. But let's quickly see this game between Maxim and Dmitry. And okay, so we have an Alpin, and now White is the
Yeah,
one
with
who seems comfortable with an IQP.
Yeah, he took with the knight. Yeah, this is how white typically plays this now. Because if c takes d4, of course, that's a very typical idea in the Alpine as well. But now the issue is that the knight is really misplaced on d2. It would much rather be in c3. And therefore, this would look like quite a successful version for black. And that's why white wants to take on d4 with a knight.
That makes sense. So that's big change.
But here, this move e5, I really don't like so much for black because it just weakens a lot of squares, especially the d6 square, and also
Mm.
what white played in the game, knight b5. is immediately heading towards this square, and then all of a sudden f7 is going to become weak. Also, the e5 pawn often is hanging, so I guess that's why Bukharov also went for e4 immediately.
Do you think that this
But
was just something he found over the board?
I assume so because he spent quite a lot of time on it.
Hmm.
Would be my best guess. Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, whoa. Okay, so he spent like 30 minutes thinking about e5. Hmm.
Yeah, I think a better way of playing it is maybe instead of e5 to go for a move like a6 or queen c7 or something like, yeah, something like that. Yeah, just to go queen c7 and then to develop like knight c5 or um yeah, and at some moment of course you could think of playing e5. It's just allowing the knight to b5 does seem like a little bit of a risky decision.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't quite notice the weakness on d6 until you mentioned it. And now, in a position like this, it would be tough to even defend e4, right? Like you probably, even by going something like a6, have allowed knight to d6, putting even more pressure on the e4 pawn.
Yeah, I would assume that black needs to try something like knight e5 to attack the bishop and to at least free the pieces somehow. I
What
guess that,
about if knight e5, queen takes, and something like bishop f4?
but I can, if I take on c4, do you
Oh,
want knight c7 or, yeah, I don't
no, no, no,
think,
you make a very valid point. I've been letting things hang and it should not be hanging. Yeah.
well, it's still early, so I can
It's
completely relate.
Thank you for understanding. It's very nice of you. Should we Is there something else? I feel like there's a tactic or something. No, there isn't.
I mean, yeah, maybe just move back to b3, but yeah,
Hmm.
it also does become quite tactical there, yeah.
Yep. Maybe. Yeah. No, that doesn't work. Ooh. No. Still not. I wanted
Yeah,
to
there
start with
there
something
are those
crazy.
there are those ideas, but probably doesn't work just yet.
Okay. Yeah. Got too excited. Should not get as excited as black did playing e5. All right. We'll come back. Board number 7, shall we?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Okay, so here we have another knight. Well, not another, but a very strong knight center. What's going on? Oh, look at this. This is beautiful.
Yeah, this was for sure from a martial Spanish,
How did you tell
like
so quickly?
an anti-martial because well, quite typically black sacrifices the pawn there, and in exchange for that he gets typically the bishop pair or just some nice piece activity.
Mm. All right, you play Marshall with black? Because you said you play
Um,
Spanish
I
settings.
never really played it. I had some games with white, but it's just one of the major openings, so Um, I studied it quite a lot some years ago just to get a general understanding. And
Oh, yeah.
isn't this also, now I'm thinking, because there was this one, the first game of the World Championship match between Jan and Magnus, and it was a very similar type of position, but I don't don't think it was this one exactly.
2021? 2019?
2021, I believe.
2021.
I th- I'm quite sure it was the H. Ah, no, it was different. It was after H3, the move knight A5. That was it.
Knight a5 here.
Yeah. and Magnus sacrificed the pawn on e5, then took on b3, and then also went for like bishop b7 and d5, and then tried to push d5. Yeah,
Mm.
that was the line.
Oh, this is nice. Queen f3, bishop d6, king
Yeah,
f1.
and yeah, that was finally the game. There's some deep point behind king f1, but I'm not even sure anymore what it was.
Rook
Honestly,
fb8 is so interesting. Okay.
that was even played in the game still. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm following that game right
Ah,
now
okay. Yeah.
that you mentioned. Yeah, I tried looking for it. C5. Yeah, just using the Lichess master database, to be honest. It's not from memory at all. I barely remember my own games. Can't be held responsible for remembering other people's games too.
Yeah.
No. But yeah, that is the current position. And this is after a takes b3. All right, let's look at board number 8, shall we? And yeah, amazing game recollection, by the way, Felix.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you.
impressing me, impressing chat. We're here for it. Um, but okay, let's go back to the start. Slav.
Yeah. Quite a typical structure.
Do you usually play King's Indian Defense against d4? 1, d4.
It used to be my main opening. Now I still play it from time to time, but less often because I'm actually typically the type of person that changes opening like with seasons. For example, I play this one opening for like 1 or 2 years, and then I completely change because I've had enough of it and I want to move on to the next one. Sometimes those seasons also change like in a matter of months, but
Oh,
that's
wow.
typically what I do because I want to have like flexibility and I want to see new different types of positions, but
Mm-hmm.
then I also want to stick with them for some time usually.
Okay. So
And
you're like, it's autumn. I think it's time to play the Gernfeld.
yeah, kind of, yeah, kind of.
Amazing. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. So we need to monitor the seasons. So those following Felix's games, we can try to get a graph of
Yeah,
when you've shifted openings, and that will be the new Felix calendar of 12 months. Yeah.
exactly. Yeah.
But what was happening here? Wait, he just allowed knight takes f5 instead of playing bishop g6?
Yeah, that's actually quite interesting because typically this recapture with e takes f5 can actually also be beneficial sometimes because black does get control of the e4 square, and now white at least is never going to be able to push e4
Hmm.
himself. But of course, it does have the downside that the diagonal from a2 to g8 is a bit weakened, and also that white has ideas to play g4 sometimes even to play for a kingside attack. So I'm not entirely sure if this was played under the best circumstances, but overall, this idea to recapture e takes f5 is quite common.
I like the idea of it. Of course, now maybe black would actually prefer to have a bishop on g7, maybe.
Yeah, and I think the main thing is that black would love for white to have his bishop on b3 on g2. Like this is how this type of position typically arises, is that it's against some g3 bishop g2 lines where then, well, I think it becomes quite clear that the bishop on g2 is anyway restricted by the pawn on c6. But on
Yeah.
b3, it does exert quite a lot of pressure on this diagonal. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Love to see it. And g6 is on the board currently. So not even preparing it with some ideas of queen to d7 or anything like that. I suppose you just gotta secure it when you can. And
yeah. But as I said, I'm a bit worried about some ideas with g4. Maybe even right away. would be
Wow.
considered.
Your prediction.
Ah, he played it.
Yeah, immediately. Wow. Just as you said it as well. The telepathy is real with this one.
Yeah, yeah.
G4 is on the board. And he didn't even think that long. He thought like a couple seconds and decided, okay, it's time for G4.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. I mean, D4 is a decision which typically you would think a bit longer about because, well, you are sort of burning some bridges behind yourself because, well, the king on G1 is not always going to be so happy about seeing his defender march two squares up. But yeah, interesting that he made that decision so fast.
Wow. Well, bravery, nope. Victory favors the brave, nope. I will come up with
Luck,
one that
fa-
I. Luck
luck
favors.
favors the brave. It was like this, right?
Okay. Luck favors the hungry. No. All right. Well, luck favors the brave. Let's do that. All right. Board number 9. Let's go. And we're having a lot of knight moves on the king side, I feel like. This is like the theme of this round. Like knight to f5, knight to h5, knight to f4, and all these other crazy things going on. Okay, I want to see how this started. And this is the game between Ayush Sharma and Srihari. I think Ayush, we had seen his performance just a while back, but he's the one who has gained probably the most rating out of this tournament so far. And he's sitting on plus 24 rating. Plus 24 rating. Incredible.
Yeah, that's quite a lot, though.
It's a lot when you're 2400, I think. Um, yeah, yeah, definitely. I mean, impressive when the K factor is less, right? K factor 10.
Yeah, yeah,
So we have another Spanish, and this plays right up Felix's alley. So he'll run us through the ideas here with Bishop A7, D4.
yeah. This line with Bishop C5, just some general words about that, became really popular recently. Like back just a few years ago, like the only two openings that were played were kind of the Marshall and the Berlin. But a couple of years ago, people started experimenting with all sorts of ideas against the Spanish, and A6 followed by Bishop C5 was definitely one of the ones which became extremely popular because, as it turns out, black does give away the center to white, but in return, he often gets a lot of counterplay in the center. So, as it turns out, all of these sidelines are actually quite playable,
Mm-hmm.
even objectively.
I like that. That's a brilliant comment there. F6, is this normal?
Yeah, yeah, that's obligatory here because otherwise, like if the knight blockades, then e5 can be hanging,
Mm.
and yeah,
All right, the
it's
queen doesn't have anywhere to go. Oh dear, my camera just happened to leave the building. Yeah,
yeah. I just wanted to
it's
say that.
okay.
Maybe that's a
It's
good time to go for a break, or
I
is it
think it's
gonna?
brilliant because we also have an
Yeah.
update with the graphics. So let me do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
Sounds
right.
good.
This is the world and the universe saying that we need to go to a break, but we'll be back
Yeah.
soon, everyone, and don't go anywhere.
See you soon.
And we are back after the break, and welcome, Felix. Good to have you here.
It's good to be here, Jesse.
Yeah, finally, Mitrava transformed into Felix, and now we have good old Felix with us today. I think the last time we worked together was for the Women's World Championship match, right?
Yeah,
Albeit
yeah,
briefly. Yeah.
yeah. I only had the pleasure once, but it's great to be back with you.
Yes, really, really good to have you back. And well, we have some games to take a look at. No results just yet. Just
As
yeah.
as far as I can see, the last game of the tournament, I already like 20 minutes ago, at least according to my online viewer,
Yeah.
Black has won in just 15 moves.
What is this game? Hang on.
Yeah, maybe
Aya,
we can
yeah.
start from the beginning there because
Aya beats Ganzorig, which is a great result for Aya, I believe. Let's just quickly take a look at the pairing itself. Yeah, Aya is a 2220 WIM, and she beat Ganzorig, who's a 2415 International Master. So brilliant result. But we can take a look from the start here. Do you want to run us through?
yeah, my pleasure. So it started off quite slow with a very classical Queen's Gambit, declined. And Black went for the very solid Bishop e7, Bishop f4, still main theory. And where it only started to become interesting is, I guess, when White went for long castle on move 10,
Oh, okay.
which is a very typical idea. I think there are also other ways to play the position. Like typically, White can also go Rook d1, which leads to a more perhaps less forcing play, even though also those lines tend to be quite sharp.
Indeed.
But after the long castle, Bishop d7, White took on d5, e takes d5, and it seems like there the blunder already happened when White took on d5,
Okay. Did he
which
completely miss bishop e3 later? Oh,
I'm honestly not sure because after knight g5, like knight f6 is yeah, like bishop e3 is also there. Like knight f6 is not necessary. Like Black could also go g6 and after rook takes d5, bishop takes e3 also looks basically winning for Black.
so she tries to save the knight, but then after bishop takes d7.
Yeah, then she had bishop a3 though, which apparently is just winning. I mean, I'm not sure about rook f7, which lost on the spot, but b takes a3 would also be possible.
I'm not sure I understand chess anymore.
Yeah, that is quite a surprising game, yeah. So
Yeah,
if White takes on a3, I guess that Black takes on a3 back. King
yes.
b1.
Maybe the plan is just to go full force and then go with rook c8.
Yeah, well,
So
knight
here.
b4, and also the queen cannot leave the diagonal
Hmm.
b1 to h7 because now Black could just take on b2 and then take on
Oh,
d7.
okay. Yeah, and that's like a whole exchange and a pawn
Yeah,
up.
well, there is bishop d6 in the end, but still Black can give back the exchange, and it's just going to be a pawn up
And that's
for
enough
example,
because
like
it's
this. Yeah,
connected past pawns in the end.
yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to see things through. All right, yeah. But instead, rook f7. Goodness. And queen e1.
But it's quite interesting and surprising at the same time how fast White played all of this.
That's true. I mean, I think she was still on like 30, an hour 31 in that very complicated position after knight g5 was the first time that she thought in this game and decided to play knight f6.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Love to see it. Always here for the action-packed results. Which game would you like to take a look at next?
Um, looking through what could be interesting. Hmm. There are a couple of interesting possibilities, but yeah, I'm still quite curious what is going on in the Bernatsky game. So obviously the game is still ongoing because we have new moves coming in, but for some reason there is the result that Bernatsky lost. But for all of you who are watching, it is probably not the case
Yeah, I
that he
remember
lost, but
the
the
last
game.
position we looked at. Wait, quickly, 1 second. Yeah, the moves are still coming in.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I think the last move that was made was like b4, and then somehow the result was there. But the game continues. Yeah, I don't think that the organizer realized that the transmission has a result. Maybe they're just it's yeah, it's foretold that the results will be as such.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, let's go back to board number 2 real quick. And I think the last position we saw between Hara Makobian and Aditya Patel was. I'm trying to go back and see.
Yeah, I think it was
Yeah,
around Queen e7
Queen
where we went
e7.
through all of these lines if white takes on d5, but
Oh, yes, with knight
a-
f2.
as as expected, Aram did not enter this.
Mm-hmm. It's still possible. I know it's a little bit crazy, but with the idea of knight f2, I just wanted to make knight f2 work after you mentioned it.
Yeah, it's a possible idea here, but here probably white is in time to consolidate because after knight takes f2 here, I can take with the rook. And then if queen takes e3, I can put any piece on d4, for example, knight e4. And then I'm blocking the diagonal.
Oh, and if you take with the bishop?
Yeah, that's surely the better alternative, but also here, like for example, this knight, and then if you take on f2, materialistically speaking, black is doing fine, but it looks like white has quite active minor pieces and
Yeah,
also blockading the pawn on d5, which is
yeah,
going to be essential as well.
that is a fair assessment. And yeah, if there's no need to go into this, why would you?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, let's come back. Oh, that did not happen. Okay, rook d8. Knight e2 and bishop g4 was played instead. h3
Yeah,
and capturing on
very.
f3.
Yeah, that's of course if black can avoid that, it often would be better. But here the problem is if the bishop goes back to h5, it also doesn't really help black because after bishop h5, white could at the very least play knight f4 and then ask the bishop again, and it's gonna get lost either way.
Right, so bishop had to make a decision. Do you die now or die later? He
Yeah, but
chose a
on
queen.
the other hand, of course, it's the bishop pair, but also the bishop on c8 was not really doing so much. And black is also weakening white's king a little bit, so the trade itself is quite reasonable as well. And now black can also exchange white's bishop pair immediately, which he did in the game.
Queen
So queen c1,
c1.
take. And queen e5 is an interesting decision because, as I said earlier, I mean, black would love to keep the queens on the board generally.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that queen e5 is a bad move at all. Also here, black has a very solid position. But I would immediately be looking for some ideas to play in the center or on the king side if I have the at least if I have the option to do so.
Yeah, it's
I'm not sure
very
how, but
counterintuitive. I mean, considering what you mentioned and what I believed as well, is that when you have an IQP, you don't really want to liquidate your minor and major pieces unless, of course, you don't have this problem with the isolated pawn anymore. But now this is exactly what he's going into.
yeah, still White's position also if queen e5 doesn't happen looks to be at least a bit preferable, just because two minor pieces have been exchanged already.
Hmm.
But now it is kind of like a play for two results for White. Even though I'm pretty sure that Aditya is gonna hold this with Black.
Hmm. And he was the one who initiated the exchanges in the first place.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Yeah, well, he's up on time. He has an hour, 3 minutes versus White, so Aram's 37 minutes, so it'll be worth keeping an eye on. And yeah, shall we look for more action on the other boards?
Yeah, sounds good.
Quick one. The board number 6 between Maxim and Dimitri. I have a few questions. This is probably just a transmission error, I believe.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think so. Because who plays like this and gets away with it? I don't know.
Yeah, this is a typical scenario of a transmission error. We often see that with exchanges that yeah, somehow the queens are not going where they supposed to go or the rooks in some cases as well.
Either that or was a mouse slip. I'll have to
That
see.
could also be possible.
Oh, and the game on board 3, Maxim Matlakov and Bassem Amin, things have really simplified.
Yeah, not a pleasant outcome for Amin, I would say, because well, regarding the tournament situation, he would definitely like to be able to play for a win, which I don't think is the case here. Like black is black is surely not much worse here, but white is definitely a bit better, and I don't really see a way for black to win this game here. Like
Mm-hmm.
white could, for example, play a5, fix the structure on the queen side, and then put a knight to d4 at some moment, put the other one to f5 or to e4, pressure d6, and yeah. But also c3 is weak, so as I said, I don't think it's such a huge issue for black. He can go rook a8, rook c8, and it should probably not be the end of the world.
Yeah, the rook is still stuck on a7. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, yeah.
b6. Exclam, exclam. But it's white to move. What would white do here? Let's play a couple moves though. Exactly what you mentioned. Yeah.
Yeah, and just slow play, yeah. Like white is gonna play king f1, a5, rook d1, and slowly try to improve the position. I mean, g3 would of course be fantastic if white can do it as well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, h3 is always going to be hanging, so the question is if it's possible to prepare that.
Oh, this is bad. Oh, because
Would
c3 is
also
not actually
be a
hanging.
knight. Oh, knight f5 is there, yeah.
Stop knight a5. And then go knight d5.
Mhm. Yeah, black could do that as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do want to also see what's going on board number 8 between Rohit Krishna and Artur Davtil. If we may. Not sure if we saw this.
Yeah,
I think we
we
did.
saw the position after g4,
Yes.
and black took and played h5 here.
Oof. All right. So black doesn't want white to be the only one with an open king.
Yeah. But most importantly, trying to get counterplay, because if white gets a couple more moves, like if white manages to get e4, that was the main goal of playing g4, that black has to exchange, and now white has the e4 square again, so
Mm.
he's going to be able to push e4. And if when e4 and bishop g5 and e5 are going to come, then it's going to be bad news for black. So that's why I think h5 was a good decision, just to get counterplay as soon as possible.
Yeah, this game is somehow still in the database with 4 games in this position.
Oh, really? Wow.
On move 15, h5 has been played. And yeah, some continuation looks like this. Takes, looking at who played. No one that I recognize, but the top game, it says it was played in 1987. 1987, wow. Okay, so Queen G2, Queen G4 has been played. Okay, this is on the board right now. G takes H5.
GH. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it'll be very interesting if these players know. That has been played before. Okay, 94, Queen H4. And it ended with white winning the game. 95. Okay, D8. E4. C5. Lovely. Bishop F7. Okay, continued.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But we'll most likely see knight takes H5 here, I think.
Yeah, it's basically has to be played out.
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh, I'm seeing a name that I recognize. Kenny Solomon, which is South Africa's only grandmaster. And in 2001, this game had occurred. Um, and
It was also in this exact position, or?
yeah, and the game continued
Oh,
like this. King G7, 94. Oh, very, very similar. Bishop takes F7 against Nathan Solon. Oh wow. Yeah.
what a fork, yeah.
Yeah. And Kenny ended up winning that game. Goodness. Okay. So very similar. We have E4 on the board right now. And I'm assuming, well, not similar, I guess. This knight made its way somewhere. Or it was E4 first. I can't remember already. Queen G2. I think it was like Queen
Yeah,
G2,
we had Queen G2, yeah, and Queen
knight,
H4, and
and then like this.
I'm not sure that though that white needs to play Queen G2.
Oh. What else? Okay, E4.
Mm, E4 is one option. So taking on D4, I assume does not work, but question is why, huh? Like bishop E3, Queen D8. Hmm.
Oh, maybe the just activity of the pieces.
I like Rook 81 would look logical there, and Queen C7. I was not so sure how it's going to continue, but
Mm-hmm.
it's entirely obvious to me.
Maybe
Oh,
the
just Queen
point
G4.
is the king side.
Yeah, King G7 and Bishop D4. Or
Apparently 92 is fine. But yeah,
okay,
bishop
that's
d4 is another way. F6 and
yeah.
F.
Now just trying to argue that F6 is a big weakness, and well, that's one thing. Also, what really strikes me as natural is to just take on B6 instead of F4, and then to enter with Rook D7. But I guess that black can still go King H6.
Wow, ridiculous.
Yeah, it does look a bit scary, for black.
Like bishop f7,
Yeah, for
boom.
example, yeah.
Yeah, and rook f7's the best move.
Yeah, yeah.
That is crazy. Okay, we can come back. This is my fight or flight senses. Just going crazy. Oh, and chat says, you told us the start time was 7 a.m. UTC, which is now. No, I said it was 5 UTC, 5 a.m. UTC, and 7 a.m. my time. What time is it where you are right now?
For me, I think I'm in the same time zone as you, so now
Yeah,
it's 9
9
9 a.m.
a.m. Yeah, it's 9 a.m. But no, you must have misheard me, Widgeon. I apologize. I will take full responsibility though for you mishearing me. It's okay. Um, you see, usually during my streams, Felix, I'm the one who's late. So I would schedule a certain time and then still be late for that time.
Yeah,
So
it's the same for me as well.
yeah,
Like, I never manage to be on time with streams. For some reason, always something pops up. Yeah, like you still need to do something with the layout, and you still need to fix this and that. So
exactly. Someone told me
I
that it's a chess player thing. We're sort of hardwired to be late all the time.
maybe, yeah.
Yeah, this is why none of the games start on time. Makes clip. And it'll be held against me for the rest of my life. That is the one problem with the internet. It just everything exists forever online.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is the most, okay, this is probably something it's hard to think about, but what is the most embarrassing thing to happen to you on stream?
Oof, great question. Maybe even today that I sometimes hardly bring any voice out of my
Oh,
mouth. I don't know if that's embarrassing, but I'm not proud of it.
no, you gotta embrace the huskiness, you know?
Yeah, I guess I should look at it like this. Yeah, but I didn't have any moments on stream where I'm like, why did I do that?
Oh,
Yet, yeah, it's
yet. Yeah,
I
I
guess it's
like that
still gonna come. Yeah,
that door is
but
still open. Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
I can try to remember some embarrassing things, but they're not really embarrassing, more like funny. Um, when I
now
started
I'm really
streaming,
curious.
yeah, when I started streaming, I would stream a lot in the evenings, and it would usually go until like super late. And the one time my mom came into my room, didn't realize I was streaming because it was still like a new concept to her, like what is live streaming, you know?
Yeah,
And I'm pretty sure she was half asleep or like sleepwalking. She's like, "Why are you not sleeping?" Switched off my bedroom light. Everything went dark, went dark. She just left, and I like looked at the camera, and all I had was the light from the computer like on my face, and everyone just started cracking up, like laughing. And I just had
that's
to, yeah,
great content though. You should pay your mother for that.
fade content. Yeah,
Great content. Yeah, like doesn't
probably.
happen. It would not be the same if this were scripted. Yeah, I'm quite sure.
True. And all the
Yeah,
other like embarrassing or funny moments are probably not safe for work content
yeah,
to
yeah.
mention on stream. We will ask Jenny. Yeah, Jenny will remember that time, but I think it's still a clip on the old channel that I was a part of, hashtag chess way back. It should still be a clip in the archives, so you could probably do some research there. Other times were dares that we had to do on stream, including rapping. I can rap in Norwegian now, which is super. Yeah.
Who taught you that?
It's actually a rap song that Magnus Carlsen was a part of.
Ah, that one. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
so then as a punishment, my stream partner and we had to learn it off by heart and perform it on stream, which was great. So
I
I know,
see.
I still know the whole thing, unfortunately. Um, and yeah, that's one of the things. The other things is like eating like 20 or 30 chicken nuggets on stream in one go. Yeah, so lots of different things. But yeah, so you heard the rap?
Yeah, I was actually quite impressed by Magnus um, for his skill. Yeah, like the first time when I listened to it, in my opinion, it sounded pretty professional. Like also his flow while rapping and just everything. I really enjoyed it, even though I didn't understand a word.
Yeah,
But at
okay.
least I thought it sounded pretty cool.
That's cool. Okay, so you like rap music in general?
Yeah, probably one of my favorite genres. Like
Eminem,
yeah, all of the classics, of course, but also I listen to some German rap.
German rap. Oh my gosh.
Y-
Okay.
Yeah,
It's not a rap, nor is it like famous, but Barbara, Barbara, there was like, oh my gosh.
which one?
There's one song that became like pop, but it's just a funny song, right? It was like, I will find it. I will find it. German. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, it was something about Robert Bob Barbara or something like that.
I have no idea.
Barb. I'll sing it for you in German.
Yes, please.
Okay. Es war einmal in ein kleines Dach da, Leiben ein Machender namens Barbara, and Steins Barbara waren ein Kinderschland. And then it goes like, okay, it's obviously really bad pronunciation, and you probably don't even know what I'm saying, but then it goes, uh, um, Abracadabra. So dachte Kuchen war bombastisch. Und nachher das dann drastisch. Barbara noch. Have you never heard it?
I think never. Yeah, like
Oh my
maybe.
gosh. Okay, wait, I have to send it to you.
Yes, please.
Uh, I think the name of the song is Barbara's Rabarbar.
It does ring a bell a little bit, but
Okay, I'm putting the link in Twitch so everyone can enjoy this with me. Obviously, my pronunciation's horrible because I don't speak German. But it goes, yeah, Barbara, Barbara's Rabarbara.
yeah, this one is quite funny. Yeah.
Es war
And
ein
out of
Timer.
all German songs, this is the one you know, or what?
I know a few, obviously over time, but on social media, when, say for instance, it's like a Korean song or a German song, or like it's an anomaly that makes it into like the international scene of music, or
Hmm.
like the trending list of like, and then someone made a dance because it was so catchy. It's catchy, right? I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, the rhubarb one, yes, exactly. But it's about Barbara, and it doesn't really make a lot of sense. But it's just the fact that it's a lot of words that sound the same, a
Yeah,
lot of
yeah.
alliteration and rhyming. Yeah.
Oh
But
no.
that's probably not what you listen to. I'm gonna go on a hunch. That's just my hunch.
Yeah, not my typical playlist, that's for sure. But maybe I'm gonna add it, yeah, to my gym playlist or whatever.
It's like, what are you what are you listening to? Barbara's or Barbara?
It's like those street interviews, yeah? Like, what are you listening to?
Oh yeah, true. Oh, it's like yeah, a podcast on how to make yogurt.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Okay, back to chess. We're here for chess.
By the way, I was about to ask, it's a bit of an embarrassing question, but do the players get an extra 30 minutes after move 40 or not?
How embarrassing. How could you not know this? No.
Yeah, I
Uh,
know. I should be
no,
better
they
prepared, but
not at all. They don't. So we actually
they
had
don't.
to,
Okay.
no, we had to look at the regulations and turns out, yeah, the amount of time that you have is what you have for the whole game. And if you get into time trouble, well, that's it, I suppose. Can we quickly take a look at board number 10, see what's going on between Alexei Gaganov and Ertzaik?
Yeah, I was just checking out this game, and it looks like it's going a little bit wrong for the Russian Grandmaster.
What happened?
So it started with this very slow and classical line in the Queen's Indian with b6 on the third move.
Hmm.
And after g3, black went bishop a6, which is apart from bishop b7, the main move. It might look a little bit strange to people who haven't seen or studied this line before, because after b3, well, what is black even doing here with the bishop on a6? But the thing is that now after black played d5 and move 7, um, first of all, c4 is attacked and white basically has to take at some moment. And now also, well, this check on with bishop b4 and then going back, it all of a sudden makes a little bit of sense because the bishop on d2 is going to be misplaced on d2. It would much rather be on c1 where it can just go to b2 later on. And therefore, white often, yeah, doesn't really know what to do with its bishop. And also, the move b3 can be a little bit of a weakness sometime for white, as we actually saw later in the game as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like if we go a couple of moves later, around move 17, for example, where bishop b4 was possible, and if the pawn was still on b2, then maybe a3 could be an idea, and then after bishop takes c3, white could take back with the pawn on c3. And sometimes there are even ideas where black can put the bishop to a3, so this b3 move, if the bishop of white is not on b2, then it can actually be a little bit of a weakness of the dark squares sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Oh wow, so e3 was played.
Yeah, I didn't really like this move because I mean, here, I'm not sure if there's anything better already, but it does really put this bishop on f4 into some danger. It's
Hmm.
probably never really going to get trapped, but it's still a little bit awkward there,
I
in my
wanted to play
opinion.
bishop f3, but it didn't seem very practical, I suppose, long term. Like, what is the bishop doing there? But another way to deal with it was rook e1, but now you're putting yourself in a
Yeah,
pin,
it's
basically.
going into the pin, yeah. Like I
Mm.
think that already earlier there should be a better way to handle the position. Like I would personally be thinking even instead of playing bishop f4 on move 11,
Move 11.
yeah, there could be the idea to play rook c2. Um, sorry, after rook c1, knight bd7 on move 12, with the
Rook
idea of
c2.
putting this bishop to b2.
Oh my
Because
gosh, just like going back, like it's that serious.
yeah, I feel like, I mean, putting the bishop to f4 is quite a normal thing to do, but personally, I would prefer to have the bishop there, just because then the queen side is covered, and anyway, this bishop on f4 can be quite active, but it's also then neglecting the dark squares on the queen side.
Mm-hmm. That's very, very useful. Honestly, I
It's
thought
it's
you were
quite a
gonna say
nice.
that like rook c2 was just protecting e2, and I'm like, that's meta thinking. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's another thing. This move rook c2 is kind of, I like to say, like a multi-vitamin move because it puts so many things together. The bishop goes to b2, and then later on, like if black goes c5, we can imagine sometimes white going queen a1,
Hmm.
and then all of a sudden we have this battery with the bishop on b2 and the queen on a1. then the other rook can go to d1, and all of a sudden there's a lot of harmony.
Yeah, so a
So
classic
that's
Reti maneuver. And we know that now Felix doesn't need any pre-workout. He only takes his mighty multivitamins in the morning, and then that's it. Then he is
yeah,
able to.
together with the Barbara Barber song. That's my wake up routine. Yeah.
Brilliant. Great answer. Wow. Yeah, I hope that you were not trolling us and that will actually be a good part of your workout repertoire. And we have a result already. I mean, it's incredible. Look at how this ending. I mean, we can probably
Wow.
zoom past and we can see the live position there on the left. But I want to see how this ended, right? Like, it's incredible how one small inaccuracy could have built quite an advantage there for black. But let's take a look. So after e3, knight to h5, right? So this is the start, and bishop moves to g5, queen d6. So just improving the pieces, and here we see that final bishop f3 as well, putting pressure on the knight, and rook to d1. It seemed like such natural moves, Felix.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, and I think it all boils down to this bishop, which is just a bit misplaced on g5, and it became quite difficult to play. Also, bishop f3, as you said, it does increase the pressure on the knight on h5, but anyway, white doesn't really want to take there because whenever he gives up the bishop on f3, then the king on g1 is going to be extremely weak.
Hmm.
And it's just really difficult now with the bishop on e3. We also see this pointed out in the beginning, that the move b3 can sometimes really be quite a significant weakness.
Right. Yeah, it's
And quite a nice
sorry.
move with the threat of queen f5, which would be a double attack on the rook on c2 and the bishop on f3.
Hmm. Oh, yeah, my arrows are broken again. It just happens sometimes. Um, I mean, circles are great too, I guess. But yeah, it's a very good note. I mean, when you think it's your bishop, you often don't want to move the e pawn as well, just because of the light square, or for black it would be the dark square weaknesses.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, the fact that you have to play a move like knight b1 should be some sort of indication that something went wrong.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Like already here it was getting quite uncomfortable for white, I would say, because queen f5 is coming. Sometimes there are ideas with queen h3 to start an attack. White also always needs to watch out for f6 when the bishop would need to go back to f4.
Hmm.
So yeah, difficult, and Goganov underwent the pressure and went knight b1, which seems to be already sort of uh, almost losing move as it looks like.
Yeah, and knight takes a3. What was better? Maybe just playing the rook or the queen? I was thinking like queen c3 or.
Oh,
How
but
was
then
bishop
f3
f4?
is hanging, and then d1 is hanging. So honestly, I don't really.
How is bishop f4 saving things? I mean, yeah. Oh, now
A
knight
bishop
takes.
f4. Wow.
Yeah, bishop f4 is like so tough to see.
And then if queen f5, you have g4. Yeah, is that the point? Then you might even
Yes.
be winning. Yeah,
Brilliant.
or
Yeah, that's
much
better for
better.
white. Okay.
But
Okay.
still, after bishop f4, you need to understand that after knight takes f4, that then you can play knight takes a3, which is also
Oh, I think
not
so, yeah.
that not at all an easy thing to to grasp. Yeah.
No, and knight takes a3 does protect the rook on c2, but yeah,
And now
often
f3 is
loses.
also protected, but black has so many knight discoveries, and still it just
Mm.
looks very scary.
Yeah, so the important part is that you have to keep that bishop on the board. But the moment it's gone, it's. I mean, you probably at some point even wouldn't mind giving up the exchange just to save your light squared bishop.
Yeah, I mean here the king is just in so much trouble, and
Is this just unstoppable? How
yeah,
else do you even deal with
Rook
this?
H8 is coming. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, what a move!
Ah, that was the finish. Yeah, that's
Wow,
nice.
What a tactic. I mean, this in itself should be a puzzle, right? There's so many puzzles from these games in this tournament. Someone should make a book. The
Yeah, this should
ALMATY.
definitely go into the Lichess puzzles. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
I agree.
Because Rookie One is probably the only move that wins here. Otherwise, White is probably able to exchange queens.
Exactly. Every other move would just be equal. And somehow not somehow, definitely Rookie 1 is leading to a mate in 8. Let's find the 8. G6, okay.
Yeah, maybe
F5.
F5 to have another check.
Queen E6.
Yeah, then Rook E2, and then the same
Rook
game
C6.
continues. Yeah. Ah,
Yeah,
Rook C6, even more
yeah.
accurate. Yeah.
You gotta know the moves here, Felix. Come on. And it's over before.
Now it's over.
Yeah. Beautiful,
Yeah.
beautiful game and well played by Black. Hard luck for the white pieces. But wow, amazing, amazing, amazing result. I just wanted to go back to chess results and see where that puts our friend Urtzark. Sorry, Urtzak. I don't know how to pronounce names sometimes.
Yeah, especially like from my experience, Mongolian names are especially difficult for the more Western people, I would say, to pronounce.
And southern people, but I don't have a southern accent. That's like American. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he's on 6 points now, so he goes amazing. It's a huge win. Jumps yeah, pushes him up quite far up the leaderboard. And just wanted to see his performance in this tournament so far. He's gaining 15 points and probably more after this game, after this victory.
How old is he? Do you know that by any chance?
I can do the research. He's born in 2001.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so he is 24.
Already an old man, yeah, like we concluded before.
I'm 28. What are you trying to say? It's all a trap. It's a trap. No, it's okay. Yeah, in terms of chess, we can say middle-aged man.
Yes,
All right.
let's leave
Middle-aged
it
is
at
a little
that.
bit better. Okay. Jumping back to board number 2. Sorry, just keep going back to the top boards, but if there are any other games that you'd
Yeah,
like to take a look at.
I'm going through them now
And there's
to
a
see.
draw. There's a draw on board 14 just to clear things up. Sugar didn't, it wasn't foretold, but it was a draw between Vitaly Bernatsky and Sugar.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't think there are any other results, but we can go to board number 2.
Mm. I
Iran.
always
Mhm.
I sorry,
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
I always wondered, do you pronounce it really sugar or sugar?
This entire tournament, we have been calling him Sugar just because
Because
it's
it
written.
sounds so American to pronounce a Mongolian name sugar. I don't know. I just always thought about it like this.
Oh,
Maybe it's correct. Yeah, I just never had anyone to ask that before, so now I try to use the chance. So if there's anyone who knows the Mongolian pronunciation of the name sugar, then I am really excited to know that.
yeah, if he had a slogan, it would be sugar and spice and all things nice.
I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah, if you had a slogan, what would it be? That's also a tough question. Mine would
Yeah,
be it's time to take a nap.
that's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean it literally and metaphorically.
I need to think about that one until next stream.
Okay, well, you have some time then. But chat, if you had a slogan for your name or tagline, what would it be? Oh, you already have. Okay, so Dutch Day already has one. So let us know your tagline in chat. They
Yeah.
call him
So
Splendor instead,
about
right?
about this game,
Mm.
nothing so much has happened after the trade of queens. I was just a bit surprised that Black played this move G5 two moves earlier. So he is trying to gain space by playing G5.
Okay.
But on the other hand, it does weaken the F5 square dramatically, and White can make use of that by playing G4 like around it, and then later on try and put a knight to F5, like knight D4, knight F5. So I'm not
Yeah.
sure I like this decision so much. Um, Black is still very solid, but it does create some weaknesses, which anyway already Black has one weakness on D5, so but he is trying to keep out the knight from coming to F4, which I think is quite natural because knight F4 is always a theme attacking the pawn on D5, so it definitely makes sense. Like there's definitely a logical explanation behind G5.
So stopping one plan, but sort of making a concession, you're giving up another square in the process. But also, I guess with two knights versus a knight and a bishop, maybe Black's plan is to just close things as much as possible, lock the pawns on an opposite color square, and so maybe the pros outweighed the cons in his mind.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, G5 is a sensible move. That's for sure.
Yeah. Would you have played g5 yourself?
Maybe even, yeah. Like I would consider moves between G5 or King F8 or something like that, yeah, to bring the king to the center.
Mm-hmm.
But I would definitely consider G5 as well. Probably I wouldn't play it because I'm just mm, always very hesitant to weaken my squares.
Mm.
But it's definitely a logical move, yeah.
I've had it for months now. It is put him up. You can it. I don't understand. If we had to translate to Dutch, or if I had to translate it to Afrikaans, it would be put him, set hom op. Jy kan dit. I don't understand it. Do you?
Not really.
Mm-hmm. Please explain. Or maybe we shouldn't have an explanation. I don't know. Is this a risky question? We'll never know. It's a little Van Gale who translates Dutch literally. Set him up. You can't hit. That's basically the same then, I guess, but still. Does it mean that you are holding someone hostage? A football
How did
coach?
we even get there, if I may ask? I'm like fully surprised what is going on.
Oh, so we were talking about taglines and slogans, words that
Ah,
describe your name.
it still comes from. Ah, okay, I
Yeah,
understand now. Yeah.
basically means you can do it. Okay, got nothing to do with the hostage situation. I read the situation completely wrong. I apologize. Yeah. All right. So he's basically a Nike slogan. You can do it. Just do it.
Just do it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, they're excited to see you, Felix.
Oh, that's nice to hear.
You have some fans in chat. I have to say, yeah, we're just trying to stay alive at this point and awake. But yeah, 100% would have been either laying in bed watching the games, but I'm happy to be on screen commentating on them instead as well, because I definitely am invested in the results of this tournament. But let's check out the game between Maxim Matlakov and Armin Basim once again. But I think that things have, as we mentioned, sort of fizzled out and simplified a lot. And that if anyone is trying, it's probably going to be white putting pressure on
Yeah,
the
yeah,
pawns, and the rook is a little bit misplaced for now, but not for long. Not for long.
Yeah, nothing so much has changed there. I was quite curious about the game of Tin Yin Yao. It was, which board is it? It's Salma Khanov against Tin Yin Yao, because something quite instructive has happened there. It should be board number 5.
Board number 5. Yes.
So if we go back to move number um, well, let's start with move number 10, for example,
Okay, let's
since
just
that was
mark
around
this variation.
the place where we left it off.
Yes, bishop g6, bishop e3, queen d5, and c4.
Yeah, that's already a nice and instructive moment, which we often see in this line. So queen d5 has two ideas, as far as I can understand it. Well, first of all, it's centralizing the queen, but one idea is for black to maybe castle queenside at some moment. Another idea is to stop queenside castle, because then black could have ideas of queen a2. And one other idea could be as well that black is stopping white from developing with g3 and bishop g2.
Oh.
So we do learn, of course, that we shouldn't move the queen too early, and it would also make sense to develop first with moves like e6. But I think queen d5 is a very instructive and very strong move
Mm.
in this position. Again, a multivitamin move, as I like to call it.
I'm gonna start using that line.
Yeah, it's a nice word, yeah.
It is indeed. But yeah, queen e4, just renewing the threat, right? I mean, now you're attacking the knight. G3 is still not possible. The position likes to jump around. Okay, queen e4, and then knight takes bishop
Yeah,
finally.
yeah, and then hg6, of course, improving the structure, opening the h file for the rook. And already it feels like white's position is a bit uncomfortable, because, well, where does the king go? The pawn on d4 can become weak. Black has ideas with bishop h6 to exchange a bishop pair, and black just has a very healthy structure,
Could black
and
even
can
now
go
castle?
absolutely, yeah. And in the game, white played g3, trying to fianchetto the bishop. But at the same time, now he had to put all of the pawns on black squares, which is
Mm.
basically what black wants to see. He can put his pawns on white squares, on the light squares now, and the pawn on d4 is going to be a long-term weakness, basically. Yeah, here he didn't decide to castle queenside, because castling queenside could also be risky in general if white starts an attack.
And he doesn't have
And he
to
just,
commit to this.
yeah, he just played it very solid. But this moment with b5, I thought it was quite instructive strategically, because, well, white is a bit underdeveloped. The king is on f2, and the rooks are not yet where they're supposed to be. White would maybe like to double rooks on the d file. And with b5, he's indirectly fighting over the d5 square as well, because, well, if white now plays c5 after b5, then the issue would be that the knight has this beautiful square on d5,
Hmm.
and black can just double rooks like rook d7 and rook d8, and yeah, just put pressure on d4 in the long run. This looks pretty bad for white.
Yeah, and this bishop just seems like a big pawn now.
Yeah, yeah.
But
And apart from that, how white reacted b3 is probably the best way to do so, still to keep those squares. But now Tin Yin Yao follows it up with a5, and he might even have the idea to just burst open the queen side by going a4 on the next move. Could be one
oh,
idea, definitely.
okay, and this is the live position. I love that we were able to stop and talk about the instructive moments, or at least critical moments, and what do you think white needs to do here in order to...
He
Okay.
just played a4, but it does have another downside, that now the b4 square becomes weak. So what I could imagine, I don't know if it's good now, but for example, black could think about taking on a4 and then going knight a6 at some moment to just put the knight to b4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that could be annoying to deal with.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's how it works tactically here, because maybe white can push d5 and after taking the knight on a6 can be attacked, but maybe black can just go queen d6. And looks like everything is protected.
And yeah, maybe now it's really difficult to double the rooks because where do you put them? At any point, black could also play bishop c3.
Yeah, many ideas. Black just has very good control over the dark squares overall.
Let's play knight here, rook here. Yeah, now bishop c3, and it's just really difficult to. There's no square
Yeah,
for the
just
rook.
winning the exchange probably, yeah.
Yep. Oh wow. Yeah, there's no way to go. c8. Yeah, I'd definitely prefer to play with the black pieces here. Is it possible then before d5 to play rook d2 rook?
I guess I will still continue with my plan, knight b4. And if I can double on the d file, I will probably do it. So let's say rook d7.
And maneuvering around, like at no point.
Yeah, it's still not clear how black is
Hmm.
making progress, but it just feels like the pressure is on white overall because d4
Yes.
is always a bit weak.
Yeah.
That's
It feels almost like it's Zugzwang because you don't really have any great moves to make. I mean, maybe you can shift your king back and forth. Yeah.
yeah, one idea in general for white might be to play h4, h5 just to undermine black's pawn structure there and use the fact that he has the double pawns.
Oh, yes.
But it's also not clear what exactly it's doing, especially if the rook is not on the h file anymore.
Mm.
But
And that's what we have. We have it on the board right now. So we
yeah, I'm
might
curious
see.
if he's gonna play knight e6. I could also imagine rook b8 being a very healthy move, just putting the rook on b4, which actually attacks something, unlike my suggestion, which just puts the knight onto a better square.
Yeah, it looks pretty. But rook b4. Yeah, now that you said it, does look very nice. But rook b8 and rook b1 probably, right? Rook b1.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, rook b8's been played. GG.
Okay.
Nice find. Yeah.
Yeah, at least that attacks something, yeah. I still like the idea of bringing the knight to b4, but it doesn't really do that much, yeah. Other than solidifying.
Yeah, Chad is noting that we're matchy. Yeah, we definitely coordinated. I was like, Felix, what are you wearing today? And he said, yeah, a black t-shirt. I said, okay, samesies. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I don't have
Very
the chain
professional,
though,
yeah.
the bling. Yeah. If I may, Felix, could we go to our second break of today and then come back with more energy and more things to talk about? But
Yes.
yeah, just one more thing I wanted to note was that on board 6, Maxim Zaruk has 50 minutes and Dimitri only has 8. What is going on?
Yeah, that looks very difficult for black.
Mm,
Because white is already one pawn up, and it looks to me like the second pawn is about to drop on e4. However, we need to note that there are opposite color bishops, which increases the drawing margin by quite a lot, as it
mm.
usually is. Because there are so many opposite color bishop endgames that are even a clear draw if one side has a two pawn advantage. There are even rare cases when three pawns are not even enough
Even
to win the game.
3. Okay, that's tough.
Yeah, it is more rare, but there are some. Yeah.
Hmm. Okay, so we'll come back and take a look at these games. So don't go anywhere. And if you go somewhere, please make sure to come back. We're going to do some jumping jacks to wake up.
Yes.
BRB. we are back with our beverages. Did we miss anything exciting? Let's take a look.
Well, there are
Yeah.
quite a few updates. Most importantly, also regarding tournament standings. I would suggest we look at board number 2.
Yes.
Because it looks like Aram has increased his advantage quite a lot, at least according to my evil bar. So we have looked at the position around move 20
Okay, let's take a
when
look.
when Aditya played this move g5. For those of you who weren't there, as I pointed out earlier, the move g5 has a couple of upsides, but also a couple of downsides. One major upside is that the f4 square gets restricted for the white knight, which is quite a big one because whenever the knight comes to f4, d5 can be quite difficult to protect. And more importantly, black also gains space on the king side. He can put his king to g7, make some luft for the king as well, so there won't be any back rank issues. But there is a big downside, which was immediately pointed out by Aram's next move, which is g4. And now we see that the f5 square is always going to be weak, and g4 immediately puts an exclamation mark onto this weak square, because now the knight can always, and it also happened in the game, will go to this f5 square later on. So that's why g5 is a small move, but it's a big decision regarding the course of the game overall. We came to the conclusion that it's overall a very natural and logical move, but it does burn some bridges for black. But his position was still fully okay. But a couple of moves later, like around move 22, actually only one move later, Aram immediately changed the nature of the position by taking on e4, which does improve black's pawn structure. But now we also see another downside of this move g5, which is that black can never play f5 anymore. If the pawn were on g6, then he can often play f5 and can always recapture with the pawn, which would be probably a much better scenario. But here after knight g3, which was Aram's next move, the pawn on e4 is almost impossible to defend even, and a couple of moves later he even lost it.
Yeah, it's almost like an isolated pawn without it being an isolated pawn.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Gosh. So instead
So
of
black,
defending.
black does have some active counterplay, but it is a pawn after all, and also g5 is hanging after Aram took on e4,
Hmm.
which he didn't take immediately. Um, I'm
Do you think
guessing
it would have been better
because
to take?
it's a fair question why he didn't. Or am I blundering something?
Because rook on the 7th is OP.
Huh. Maybe he didn't want to allow rook b2, that black gets some counterplay, because b3 might fall and then it's going to be sort of a race.
Hmm. True. So
So
even if you get this, there'll be
yeah,
some
it might
things.
be quite good for white, but all of a sudden basically anything could happen, because this a pawn is quite fast actually.
I'm trying to see what happens here. Is it better to take? Yeah, apparently better to take on g5, but he went rook d7.
I like it as a practical decision because it feels very safe. I guess that h6 is sort of forced.
Hmm.
And now, well, white is just playing for two results, doesn't really need to worry, and it's very unpleasant for black. Even if he manages to exchange the a pawns, it should definitely be a draw, but white can probably play this on for quite a long time. But he should definitely keep a pawns on the board if he can. That would be my assessment.
Mm-hmm.
Or immediately put pressure on f7. I'm not even sure how he's planning to defend the pawn. Maybe give some checks with the rook.
Yeah, I was thinking check, check, and now, like, white has to decide whether to give up f2 or not. Otherwise, this is just a draw, right?
Yeah. So probably he needs to run out. Maybe I would play king d3 after rook a2.
So check, check, king d3. But if you take and the f7 is no longer hanging.
Yeah, and then again, maybe I will win a5, but might come down to a race again. I don't know, rook f3 maybe, and then
Hmm.
yeah. Even though this looks very good for white because e3 is protected and b4 is just running. So
Mm. So maybe it's fine. And then you just give up h3, but who needs h3?
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's say a5 was the last move that was made. Mm-hmm. Okay, so white is going for the W. And yeah, if Aram wins this game, he'll be on 6.5. And once again, very unclear to know whether 6.5 um, is going to even secure, top 3, because maybe there are a maximum number of people can end on 6.5. 2, 3,
Yeah,
4.
that's true. Even though Matlakov's game looks like on board 3, it looks like the drawing margin is quite high.
Okay.
Unless the knight is getting trapped on d6.
So if Aram wins, then 6.5. Alexei Grebnev is on 6.5. That means it's between the two of them in terms of Buchholz to see who will actually end first.
Yeah, or Aditya if he manages to save the game.
Yeah, if Aditya is drawing, then he has 6.5. If Aditya somehow pulls a hat trick and wins, then of course he's clear first. Yeah.
Yeah. That was a nice tactic by Matlakov, who just sacrificed his knight, at least for one move, and then gained it back. Yeah.
Just to get the rook in a more active square.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It looks very drawish, like, yeah, move like knight b2 here. And a4 is hanging, and if a5, I'm thinking of taking and going knight c4.
A. Oh, nice.
Taking first, maybe on a5.
Okay.
Then going knight c4 just to attack the pawn on a5.
Mm-hmm.
Feels very, very drawish to me.
Even the dogs agree. Yeah, we can come back. Okay, so this is the current position. I think, yeah, after this. But yeah, chat asks who is winning the tournament. This is somewhat important information. Yeah, so we basically brushed on who the leaders are and who potentially could be winning this event, and it's quite exciting that it's not very clear. I mean, it's always nice, of course, to have a clear leader, but even more exciting when it comes to an unclear result with multiple people ending on the same score.
Yeah,
Then it's a
so
matter of
just,
doing the math.
yeah, absolutely. Just to summarize for all of the viewers, the current contenders are Alexei Grebnev for sure, who is, I think, 99% in the top 3,
Mm.
or even 100%. I'm not entirely sure, but looks quite likely.
Mm. I think 100%
And
because board 4 ended in a draw.
yeah, yeah. And apart from that, it all depends on the game we just saw earlier, which is between Aram Hakobian and Aditya Mittal,
Mm-hmm.
who was the leader after round 8.
Yeah, and I see there's a result on board number 8 as well. Rohit Krishna managed to win this game against
Oh, what
Artur
happened there?
Dovtian, and that means Rohit is also on 6 points now. But let's take a look. The last, I think, position we saw was something along the lines of g4, taking, and h5. So after this exchange, I also mentioned that this game was in the database, and queen g2 was found. However, after queen d4, I think this bishop e3 and rook d1 was played just to
Yeah,
attack the queen.
we talked about this earlier,
Hmm.
and it looks like Rohit followed it up quite
Yeah.
nicely. I really like this move, queen g5, with ideas of queen h6.
Ouch. Ouch, ouch,
And in
ouch.
the game, well, allowing queen h6 does seem
Did he just
like it's
forget that
kind of,
g6 was hanging?
I don't know. I mean, he was thinking for 11 minutes, so it's It's hard to imagine. The position
Mm.
was difficult nonetheless, but this just looks like it's yeah.
It's been a long tournament. It's been a long
Yeah,
tournament.
absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
Players must be quite tired.
But a
Okay.
nice game by Rohit Krishna.
Very, very,
Very
very good.
nice dynamic understanding also. It wasn't really obvious to me to push e4. I mean, it's a common idea, but just how powerful White's initiative is after Black takes the pawn is yeah, it wasn't so easy for me to grasp it looking at the position for the first time.
It also feels like it's going to be very tricky to um, decipher your placement if you have 6 points. 6 points is very commendable, yet there are like a bajillion people who could end on 6.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
Especially with a draw with 5.5 or a win with 5. So coming to board number 6, both players are on 5. Maxim Tsark versus Dmitry Bocharov. Um, but what in the heck happened? I mean, this also just. I don't think we saw this game, did we? We saw it briefly. We did in the
We
beginning.
went through the opening stage,
Mm, yes.
and I was a bit surprised by Bokarov's decision to push this e5. Maybe it
Yes.
would be nice to point out why White cannot take the pawn on e5. I wanted to talk about that earlier already, but
Mm-hmm.
Black can take back and then go queen c7, which is probably just winning the piece. I don't know if queen e2 can still be played. But
Let's
then I
see.
guess knight g4 maybe, and if the rook moves, then queen h2 will come. So
Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's incredible. Okay.
yeah,
Very, very
that's
nice.
that's a nice
Well
point.
spotted, yeah.
But unfortunately, White doesn't need to take on e5, and after knight b5, it becomes clear that the d6 square has been weakened, which
Mm,
we also saw in the game. And also e4 is now quite weak, and I think White managed to get out the maximum from all of it.
mm-hmm. Oh, 96 is very nice.
Yeah, f7 is attacked as well. h3 preparing g4, yeah. And
Look at these
after all of
pawns.
these exchanges, yeah, Black's pawns are just crumbling. And still
Gorgeous.
f7 is extremely weak. That's another issue, and White immediately went after it.
Mm. And despite the bishop, the opposite color bishops, I think it's still easy to say. And I like what you mentioned there. I mean, it does increase the chances of position being drawn, but someone recently told me that it could also increase the chances of it being a victory. So yeah, bishop pair, opposite color bishops are like a whole enigma, at least to me. Sometimes really, really difficult to decipher.
Yeah, yeah. The thing is, I would say typically in end games, it's more of a drawing factor.
Hmm.
But in middle games, it makes the game a lot more dynamical because the bishops cannot exchange each other. And that's why typically it favors the attacker. Because defenders usually like to exchange as many pieces as possible.
Hmm.
And if there are opposite color bishops on the board, then it's simply not possible to exchange them. So that's why if you're the attacking side, it's typically beneficial to have opposite color bishops.
Mm, that's a good POV. Hello to everyone in chat, by the way. I see that there are new viewers in YouTube. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Yeah, I also want to point out one person on Twitch has pointed out that they really like the waiting music, and that's also what I always love about Lichess. That somehow they find all these amazing like background tracks for the waiting screen,
Mm-hmm.
and I can imagine it's I don't know, but like maybe for some viewers it's more pleasant to hear that than to listen to the actual stream. I hope that's not the case, but it's hard to compete with this nice background music, that's for sure.
We can just offer them some ASMR or something of the likes. But
Yeah,
yeah, this like elevator or lobby music. It's very calming and soothing.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, we'll ask Felix to hum us a tune, and I'm sure it'll be just as melodic. No
I
comment.
unfortunately I have to doubt that.
Okay. All right. So 1 minute left for Dmitry Bocharov, and I do want to see some other games in the meantime.
Yeah, I can actually imagine we're gonna see a couple of results pretty soon.
Hmm.
Just because we are in a time trouble phase already, and there is no 30 minutes additional after move 40, which means that probably a lot of stuff is gonna happen in the next few minutes.
Wow. Okay. So yeah, I can see that a lot of people are getting into time trouble, and we could owe this purely to the fact that chess players are not morning people. But that's probably just a hunch. If we can go all the way to board number, what is the one that I wanted to take a look at? Board number 19, there was a decisive result where Alicia beat Satbek, both players from Kazakhstan. And another board we can take a look at is maybe the one between Amina and Iron, where Amina's rating, I believe. I just want to take a quick look. This is board number 25, 2297, and Iron's rating is 2300. But this is just dominance, right? I mean, 3 pawn and a bishop advantage. This is
Yeah,
insane.
that should end pretty soon.
Yeah, that just seals the deal. What happened? Just the trader rooks and okay, well, GG to Amina for this kind of dominance. Very, very nice to see. Yeah, a lot of strong female players playing in the tournament. Not many, but all that are playing are very, very strong and have shown great performances so far. I think if we look at,
I'm
yeah,
I'm guessing there are also some female prizes in the event, right?
yes. So in all the sections, I believe there's at least one female prize. In the masters section, it's $1,000 for best female. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Shall we go back up to the top boards? Board 3 is officially a draw. They've agreed on a draw, which I think means good things for Alexei, because it's less likely he'd have to fight for first place. He's probably sitting on the side there, hoping that all the other games will also be ending in a draw. But yeah, now Amin Basim and Maxim Matlakov both ending on 6 points out of 9, which will probably just pop them into that pool of players ending on 6. Like, I am going to have a very brave prediction here, but at least 10 players are going to be on 6 points.
Yeah, that's I wouldn't even call that a brave prediction. I see it as quite likely now, honestly. Um,
Okay, not so brave prediction.
Especially because now it looks like board number two, in board number two, that Aditya maybe has survived the worst.
Okay,
Because Aram did not go for the line which we discussed earlier, but instead he went for King G1.
so instead of taking on
Yeah, this was
e5.
possible too, but I think the game was still fine. But here,
Mm.
he should have gone for knight d6 probably instead of king g1.
Oh, right. I think it's because he was potentially, I mean, he spent like almost 10 minutes on this thinking about whether to play 96 and maybe dismissed it because didn't want this like check, check, check situation.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm. Though it's
But
happening
now
anyway.
now his point is of course that he can go to h2,
Yeah, so king
where
h2.
the king is safe, but at the same time it's also a little bit passive.
Did they repeat? No, they did not. Not yet, at least. Because maybe if white is happy with a draw, though, I don't imagine that Aditya Mittal would want to draw. He'd want to win. but maybe it's a little bit too difficult to find a win here.
Yeah, I think the only way for black to win this position is if Aram has a heart attack or some similar event, which hopefully is not gonna happen.
You heard it here, folks. Ladies and gentlemen. Felix is not here for peace. Violence only.
No, but seriously, like to lose this position with white, I mean, it happens, of course, like that you blunder something, but on this level, it would be extremely unlikely to lose with the pawn up.
Mm-hmm.
Like I still think that the best case scenario for black is to get a 4 versus 3, like that he can exchange the A pawn against the B pawn, and from there on, it should be a draw, but still white can try something there.
Could we predict the next couple of moves, maybe?
I think it's difficult. I'm not sure how Aram wants to make progress. I mean, the only thing I see also for white to make progress is to exchange the pawns on the queen side. Like,
Mm.
I think rook a2 is already on the board. If
No, not yet.
not yet. Okay. I see it as quite likely that those pawns are gonna exchange, and then Aram is gonna try something.
Mm-hmm. Because I was looking at king g3 if white doesn't want to draw. Rook back to a1, then I'm not sure. Maybe f4 might happen. So instead...
Yeah.
Oh, rook e2 is also quite nice. But why is it
Yeah,
nice?
just to stop f4. Yeah.
It's nice to stop f4, okay.
But with f4, you need to watch out sometimes. Yeah, like you don't want to get checkmated on g2. That would be one way to lose the game, apart from having a heart
Mm.
attack.
So which is worse? maybe maybe a checkmate is worse.
I hope. Yeah, like if someone would prefer to have a heart attack than to get checkmated, I think that would be a bit concerning.
I mean, to some diehard chess fans and enthusiasts and players, it could very well be one and the same. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
knight
so knight f3 is on the
f3.
board.
Yeah, I was thinking about why he was considering his move for so long, and perhaps it's to just get the knight to escape, because if you're playing rook a2, king g3, the knight doesn't really have... I mean, the best square for it would be g6, coming around that way. But this is not so different, right? Because now, if king g2, for instance...
Then I guess he's just gonna give it another check on h4.
Oh, h4. Oh, right, because black wouldn't really mind.
I think the knight is anyway placed quite well on h4 because there are always some perpetual ideas, even some checkmate ideas. Um, so I guess that Aram's idea is to go king g3, or this might be the move he would like to make. Because then at least black doesn't have another check, which he can make.
True, you would have
And I
to...
think
Oh,
it's on the board.
knight back to h4. And now maybe plans of playing rook.
Yeah, I think black is just waiting. Yeah, he just needs to be careful not to allow knight d6, which should not really work here because black can give rook g1 check and then rook g2 and then pick up f2.
Mm-hmm.
But apart from that, there's nothing really which black needs to do, I would say.
But it's the same. Do we get the same position? So
I don't
here...
think so because in the other line which we had earlier, the white's king was on d3.
Oh my gosh. We missed
Which
something.
is which is quite the improvement, yeah. Knight f3 is even there. Yeah, well, okay, that's another way to
we both missed knight f3.
lose
Yeah,
the game, yeah.
yeah. So sometimes checkmate is better than a heart attack and better than winning a pawn. Sometimes. In some cases. In some situations. Yeah. That would be tough though. Wow, on board 2, last round, deciding game. Yeah.
Yeah, so the only thing which Haram can do is either go back to h2, which would be a draw.
King h2, knight f3.
Yeah, that would be a draw. Or the other option, which I actually see, which I actually see, is to probably go f4.
Okay, so f4. What are our choices? Check.
I mean, rook a2 would be nice just to set up the checkmate threat, but then I
Mm.
guess that white can take on g5 with the
Oh, and
pawn.
there's some space, but what happens here? Oh, just knight takes.
And
Okay.
then take with the knight down.
Right, so let's go check instead and see what happens. King f2 being forced. Rook g2. King f1.
Yeah, and king f1.
Oh, and now just taking. Point being, you want the pawn.
Yeah, black is just so active here, and white's king is a bit out of play.
Hmm.
Still, black needs to be accurate for sure. You know, like if one can win, then it should be white. Like for example, here I'm not sure why not 95.
Somehow doesn't even care
He
about it.
wants to go for the rook endgame, so king g8, and then yeah, that's not so easy to
Mm-mm.
spot.
Yeah, probably rook takes and takes, and then maybe the point is that both kings are just too far away from everything. And if king f2, rook takes b3. If rook b5,
Yeah, and that's
then just rook f h4.
mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah,
it's
rook
too much
f3. Yeah,
probably.
in many ways to draw. Yeah.
Okay, 10 minutes is. Oh, your move f4 is on the board.
At least
Nice.
one prediction went successfully.
Come on, it's one of many this round for sure. Can we briefly take a look at board number 5? Just see what's
Yeah, I
going
was
on.
just looking at that one as well.
Mm-hmm.
So last time we saw the position was, I think, around rook b8. Should be move number 21.
Mm-hmm. Rook b8 was played. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. And then after rook b1, which I had thought would happen anyway. Hang on. Should. Oh. Yeah, this is tough. d4 just feels like such a big weakness.
Yeah,
And
and
your
queen d3
move.
is now we see it. Yeah,
Yeah,
but queen
d5.
d3 already looks like a move that is not really healthy because
Mm.
you're putting the queen on the same file as the rook. But
Mm.
it's probably otherwise it's already difficult to even protect the d4 pawn.
And c4 as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Overloaded queen. I was thinking that d5 at any point here might not be ready because of the other rook not being in the game. And here it gave black quite a nice edge for some reason, according to the engine. I was just wondering what would happen here. C takes, C takes, queen d6,
Yeah.
and it just looks good, I guess. Like there's a check, and after king g1,
Yeah, I
it's like,
mean, white's king is a bit weak, and black's pieces are just so active overall, and especially the control over the dark squares is the thing which is the strongest thing in black's camp. Like we see all black's pieces on dark squares, except for the king. But the king is also super safe on h7, and all the other pieces are playing perfectly together. And now can I take on a4? Or are you gonna take on e7 then?
it happened.
It happened.
Yes.
Again.
Well done. You're 2 for 2. Bishop e7. Maybe the point is that the bishop is out of action for a second.
Queen a3. Huh.
Because there's no rook c3. King h2 and the bishop is pinned. Can you play queen f3 here? Oh, no need. You just go after the pawn. Very smart.
Because if queen f3, there was still... What can you do after queen f3?
Nothing. I think this is very good. Like the top move is rook c2. So it has to be really good.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. Oh, but if takes? Takes?
If queens exchange, then, I mean, the deep one is also running, so...
You have to be careful. Because now you're attacking the bishop and the queen. Queen c7. Oh my word, 93. No, no. That's a no for me. Bishop e7. Right
On
as
the
he said
board,
it.
yeah?
Mm-hmm. It is on the board. But queen a3 I feel like is very tough to see.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that's more practical? Maybe something like rook.
He did play it.
You played
Oh.
queen a3. Let's go.
I mean, it also makes sense because g3 is attacked and there is queen e3 as quite a big threat, so...
Mm-hmm.
Still, yeah.
Yeah.
And king h2 just looks wrong because of queen f3. Yeah, there is this defense of rook c2, but already this is not easy for white also to spot.
Mm. Yeah, king h2 feels forced, but what else do you do? Maybe there's a plan of just pushing the pawn. But that's just not so good. Because queen mate in
Yeah.
12 already. Jeez.
Yeah, that's not even surprising at this point, probably. There are just too many pieces.
Oh, I see, I see, I see.
Bishop d4, queen
Mm.
h4, yeah.
Then maybe it's a little bit resignable. But too soon to say. How else do you protect the pawn other than king h2? And king h2
He
is on the
did play,
board. Mm-hmm.
yeah.
So maybe the point of rook d2 is not only to attack the pawn, but now to set up queen f3. Because rook c2 doesn't work.
That's also possible, yeah. Yeah.
So we'll probably see that.
But still, queen f3 looks so winning.
Mm.
Like, rook c2, I guess, is the only move. Rook c2, queen c2.
Rook c2 here. No, but now it's just a free rook.
No, I mean queen f3 immediately.
Then I think rook
It just
c2 is
looks,
the only move. Is it? Queen
yeah,
f1.
it is the only move, but it looks so bad for white.
Mm. Beautiful. Flawless.
Hmm.
I like the debate going on in chat right now. Or rather a discussion rather than a debate.
About different type of chess platforms, right?
Yeah, which one is best for learning, playing, and so on. I think these are separate questions though. Like one platform could be amazing like as a play zone, the other one could be good for content, one could be good for puzzles and so on. So I think a combination of platforms is always a good idea, but Lichess overall is pretty well rounded. Especially
Yeah, I have to agree, yeah.
after I learned that there are engines for different variants now.
Ah, really? Like, I guess that Chess 960 engines have been around for a while,
They have,
but
oh, but you can also set up the board and use a regular engine, I'm guessing.
yeah, but the thing is, the engines also need to take into account the different castling rights. Because I think if you
Oh,
use the normal engine, then it won't understand.
understood. You'd have to program it. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, I just
yeah.
meant in terms of like Crazy House. I think there's an engine and some other variants as well. Yeah.
Ah, wow.
Yeah, I didn't know it either.
that must be really complex to.
That's what I was thinking. I didn't know they even existed.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
Hmm. Okay, Queen f3 is not yet on the board. He has some time to consider it. Let's quickly just switch back to the same game. Sorry, I just wanted to see the live times. Yep. 7 minutes. Would you like to switch to a different game? I do need to run off to the restroom real quick, so I was thinking about leaving you with chat for a second.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Okay. Do you want to stay
I
on this
will stay
game?
here. Let me see. 1 second. What else is there? Yeah, let's just stay with this one now. I
Okay.
think
I'll be back in like
it's
2
best.
seconds.
Yeah. All right, chat. So now you're stuck only with me, and I cannot make any moves on the board because Jesse is the genius behind all of that. But we can wait for the next move to come. In the meanwhile, I'm still observing the different discussions in the chat. So low ratings on leeches are way inflated, you're saying. Yeah, online ratings are measured differently. I also thought about that. Yeah, it does seem like it. But overall, the difference shouldn't be too big, right? Or what do you guys think is like the overall rating difference? Like if you compare Lichess with chess.com. Ah, but one person is saying they have like 950 on chess.com and 1450 on 50 on Lichess, so that's a huge difference. Yeah. Yeah, since they are measured differently, then it makes sense. And Jesse is back.
Yes, I am. Told you 2 seconds. Quick, quick.
Yeah.
All right.
I
Okay,
was
no.
mostly
Yeah.
I was mostly talking about like there was another discussion in the chat about the different rating systems on Lichess and chess.com. That
Oh.
apparently there are different ways they calculate the online rating.
Oh, it's a different algorithm that they
Yeah, and
use.
Queen f3 is now on the board.
Oh, as predicted. Yeah, I was hoping I wouldn't miss any moves, and I'm glad that 10 waited for me to return. Okay, this is a tough question. Which platform do you prefer in terms of the rating gain and loss? Like the rating system?
Well, I mean, overall, of course, we both are a bit, I don't know how to say, but a bit, it's hard for us to be objective about that, I guess.
Yes.
But I've preferred leeches now already for like 3 or 4 years minimum because I personally didn't always have the best experiences on chess.com with cheating and different things, and I feel like chess.com is of course doing many great things for chess, like hosting Title Tuesday with a lot of great prize money and all these different online tours, which is fantastic. But the overall experience which I have it was always just a little bit more intuitive on the Lichess website.
Well said. Yeah. And with the lag, like you can pre-move with no lag on
Yeah,
Lichess.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. I definitely agree with you on a number of those things. But in general, lower ratings have a huge gap on chess.com and Lichess. Yeah, it's true. It's true. I found that, or at least what I was told, is that it's easier to gain rating on a higher level on chess.com than it is on Lichess, but it's easier to gain rating on a lower level on Lichess than it is on chess.com. I don't know if that has been tried
Okay.
and tested. Yeah. Have I tried Endgame AI? No, what is that?
It's Hans Niemann's new platform.
Oh, he has his own platform.
Yeah, I was even commenting on it with Laura
Okay.
like a couple of weeks back
Yeah.
because he had this match against Daniel Dubov in Moscow.
Okay.
Like it was like a blitz match, and he was streaming it on his own website then.
Oh wow.
And
Yeah, I
I
remember the
think they
match. Hmm.
yeah they also started with hosting some online tournaments there as well. So
Oh, it's got a play zone.
yeah, even some prize money events. Like my honest opinion was always that I think it's in the meantime at least it's going to be extremely difficult to compete with platforms like Lichess and chess.com.
Yeah.
But if it's one person that can do it, then it's probably Hans. That was always my feeling because yeah.
It's true, I suppose, in a way that like chess players always know what's best for for a platform. If you want to spend hours and hours on it, you're gonna have a lot of testers, right? Game testers or beta testers or something like that. So it
Yeah.
makes sense that he'll know what's best in that sense. But okay, you're gonna have to have the best programmers and team to back it up.
Yeah.
It also reminds me of older play zones like ICC, Internet Chess Club, Chess Cube. I don't know if you ever played on Chess Cube.
No, that also ICC. I never. That was. I mean, when that was popular, I was like 9 years old or so, I think.
Okay.
But when I really started playing online, it was always chess 24. Like I was a huge fan of chess 24 always.
You liked the play zone on Chess 24.
I mean, like looking back, it wasn't great, honestly, but it was the best. It was the best which was out there back then. That was
Hmm.
my feeling.
No,
And
it's true. I had the same idea. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
a lot of material has disappeared now in this game, and I wonder if this was the best continuation for Black.
Hmm. Was there a time when Black was there was a time where Black was better, right? Wait, coming back
Yeah,
a
yeah.
couple seconds. Probably more.
So what we were looking at was Rook C2, Queen C2, and Queen E3,
Hmm.
which apparently was the best.
Oh, yes. So maybe he missed Rook C2 as a response.
Yeah, that's
Mm.
possible, yeah. I mean, also this endgame, which we have right here, like, I'm also not sure how easy this is gonna be to defend, but White definitely has chances because of the bishop pair.
How the turns have tabled. Incredible.
Yeah.
But now down to 4 minutes versus 5 minutes. And if we may just briefly take a look at board number 2 between Aram and Tatia, I think it's also going to be quite difficult for Black to. I mean, Black has some checks lined up, probably.
Yeah, there's always this perpetual idea,
Mm-hmm.
like putting the rook to d2 and then having knight h2, knight f3 for the rest of the game.
Yes.
So he only needs to achieve that. And he also has ideas like rook takes b3, taking this pawn with a fork.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we just see the king on f1 is a huge issue.
But
Still, of course,
okay.
quite concrete, but
If knight takes f7, do you think we
can I take on
might?
b can I take on b3 here?
This feels wrong, but I'm gonna try and understand why. Okay, did give white a +2, but I just wanted to see why. Takes. I just want to understand quickly. Is the point that after this, white is just close enough to the pawn to win it?
I mean, it felt like it should be a draw because A and H pawns in knight endgames are just always so strong.
So this is a draw, but apparently the best move here is a rook a7.
Just like this, yeah. And now I cannot go back to the second rank with the rook because of knight e5 check, yeah.
Mm.
Also here it's not obvious how white is winning, but and then just pick up a4, I guess.
I swear they have a dog slaughterhouse next door. I do not understand. I'm just gonna mute myself until they stop.
Yeah, sure. So if we can go back to the current live position, I think, yeah, he played knight f5 check, which is a completely different approach. And king h8 was played, which is probably the only square because after king g8, then knight h6 would take the pawn with a check, and king f8 doesn't work because of rook b8 checkmate. So that's why that is more or less forced. And now Aram is thinking. Black, by the way, also has ideas to start counterplay with a4 at some moment. That's actually quite a dangerous idea because I don't
Oh,
know
you
if
think
that
immediately? Yeah.
maybe it works after knight h6 as well. Because if white goes b4, then a3, and all of a sudden, I don't know, maybe black is winning already.
Dun dun dun. I believe so. It feels like it. Why is a3 still drawish? Ah, okay, so now it's white who's conducting this check check check.
Uh-huh. Okay.
This is on the board, by the way. G5 could be
So now
played. Why?
it's on the board, knight h2 check. That will be a draw, but can I run out with the king?
Check. King
King
d1.
d1?
A takes b. Or you want to push a3? Now it's
a3, let's say.
winning. Oh, because it's
Uh,
mate. It's mate.
but how do you hold it then? Like ab3 is the best move instead of a3, or
Apparently. I mean, what's the difference? I don't get it. Because if you go here, king h8, yes, g6, rook d2,
king c1?
and rook c2. You just have check.
You have this. Uh-huh.
And then obviously king b1 is mate, so no. Oh, and then you need the pawn on b3 to protect the rook.
This is tough for Aditya, especially considering that he's on 2 minutes.
We can just go back and forth quickly just to see the time. Right, so minute 56 left. Jeez, wow. I'm a different beast. I tell people learn strategy early. No plan equals no fun. Yeah, no plan equals playing the London system for your whole chess career. JK. Do you play the London?
Not anymore. Like the thing with the London was always, I was so happy when I first discovered it in like 2017, 2016. No one played it. It was just a way to get out of theory, to get some game. But in the meantime, the London is one of the most theoretical openings out there. So that really annoyed me over the years. That I was so happy to find finally an opening which I can just play without theory, and then yeah, it's one of the most theoretical openings out there.
Yeah, the more attention it got, the more lines there were that were discovered or being played or learned and
Yeah,
so
exactly.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now Black is playing so many different setups. It's become quite a science.
I'm sure there'll be an opening out there that will just rule them all. Like Lord of the Rings. Okay, so do you think that Black may just opt for a couple checks instead of trying to actually win this? I mean,
I mean,
a3 would be so
he
interesting.
just played knight h2 with 6
Mm.
seconds on the clock, if that is correct. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the time is accurate. Wow, 6 seconds.
Curious if he's already seeing this line with 8x b3.
In chat, Eric Rosen plays the London well. In my opinion, he often finds a way to play defensively. Well, whenever someone plays the London against me, I'm definitely offended. So,
Why?
well, you can play the London defensively or offensively. So, I think you can only play defensively because I only get offended. But it was a bad joke. Sorry.
Some of your jokes are just too too smart for me to get them.
Yeah, they're meta.
Yeah.
They're all I have. Yeah. But this seems like it'll just be repeated, right? I mean, actually, if King D1 now, because the pawn's not on B3 yet, now it might go, but you'd have to see this. If you play anything
Yeah.
else, it's winning for
Yeah.
white. Never mind.
Yeah. I guess that is it. It's on the board. Yeah.
It's on the board, it just got played as I said that. But this entire tournament, I've been eating my words. So instead of finding the move that is about to be played, it's like reasons why a move wouldn't be played, and then it gets played. So I'm on the opposite end of that.
Yeah.
Mm. But I think white would still try. White has 4 minutes, and a draw would mean that Aditya Mittal and Alexei Grebnev both tied with 6.5 for first place. And maybe someone in chat, I mean, we used to have our researchers. We had dedicated in-house researchers for this broadcast. I don't know what happened to them. Maybe it's too early in the morning, but maybe we can try to figure out the buchholz of these players for the final standings.
Yeah, that will be interesting for sure.
But there are some results. Board 6, Maxim Tsaruk won against Dmitry Butcharov, and I think we didn't see this one. Michal beat Roman on board number
Oh,
7.
that looks like a nice finish. Yeah.
Yeah, let's take a look quickly. So it was 2 rooks versus a queen, and the 2 rooks prevailed. It seemed like after king to h4, just a sacrifice, and g3. Beautiful find. Beautiful, beautiful. Because what happens after this?
Rook h7, king g5, h4. Yeah.
And it's
That's
mate. Yeah, I was
quite
struggling to
nice.
find it. Yeah, very, very nice.
And if king h5 immediately,
If king
then I'm
h5,
guessing.
same.
Sorry, if king g5, if king
Oh,
g5
king
immediately.
g5.
I'm guessing h4, king h6,
Can
knight
you?
g4, king h5, knight f6, king h6, rook h7. If that wasn't too fast.
It was a little bit speedy, but it's okay. I'll try to follow. So here, king h6,
Yeah, knight g4,
knight g4,
king
king
h5,
h5.
and knight f6, king h6,
Oh,
and rook h7.
too nice. You should have played this out. It would have been very beautiful. But
Yeah.
nice. And so you listen to rap, but you also spit bars. Nice to know. King h6, g5. All right, moving on.
I'm trying, yeah.
So we saw the results on board 8 already, and this one ended in a draw between Ayush Sharma and Srihari, board 9. And then I think we saw this result as well, with a really nice idea of playing rook h8 at the end. So very, very beautiful finish. So 2 more games left in top 10, and we'll just keep an eye on them. But it seems like I got excited for nothing. The engine was playing tricks on our mind, because after king to h8, it's probably just gonna continue with a couple checks, right? Or g6, and black will achieve
Yeah, I think white
repetition.
has nothing better
It'll
than.
just be yeah. But I think we should switch, right? Switch between the two games. What happened
Yeah,
here?
and in this one, it does seem like Tin Ying Yao has managed to create something out of the endgame.
The last thing we saw, well, the queen's coming off and bishop a3 was played. Then king g8, bishop b5, trying to trade pieces just because outside pass pawn. Did you know? This is actually a fun fact about chess. Outside pass pawns move way faster than central pawns that are passed.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's like an exponential graph. It just the speed at which it goes, it's just faster on the outside. Okay. A3, bishop e5, knight d5.
You're redefining the chess laws.
Exactly, it's physics, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like when Isaac Newton discovered gravity, and before that
Gonna
people
be
were just
called.
floating around. Sorry?
It's gonna be called Jesse's law.
Exactly. Oh my gosh, I like this. We can keep Felix, chat. This is brilliant. Jesse's law is in progress. A super fun fact indeed. Brought to you by Lichess. Yeah. Relativistic effect.
Yeah, it just looks like Tin Ying Yao is winning now because he brought back the bishop to f8, trying to get bishop g7 on the next move. And then he's just either gonna win the piece or he's gonna be able to create a queen or yeah.
So taking first, king takes and then bishop g7.
Yeah, that looks like the easiest.
Yeah, that seems
And white
very
needs to
rough.
give up the bishop on c4 not to allow black to just promote, yeah.
So
And
something like this. Yeah, but you probably
yeah,
don't
but
want to take.
yeah, but white is just not in time to exchange all of the pawns. That's the issue.
And that was a really, really nice conversion. I mean, minor piece ending with a pawn up. This has got to be some sort of instructive moment to be taken from a game. How to play the knight's side pass pawn. Discovered in August. Yes. Law February. Dang it, I should have said this back in Feb. Would have made things so much easier. Yeah. But alright. Seems like it's going to be decisive very soon. And in recent news, Aram and Mattel have agreed on a draw. Probably after some repetition. Yeah, some repetition. And it looks like now Aditya Mittal and Alexei Grebnev, not the only two players on 6.5. The only two players on 6.5. Yes.
Yeah, they are, yeah.
And the rest on 6. Chessboard's already abandoned Pythagorean principles anyway. Why could you possibly say that? Okay, we can stay on board number 5. For now, other results are also visible, but it looks like quite a few games are still going. Board 12 between Nikita. I would probably take a quick look at that. This is just looking better for white being a rook up.
Yeah, this shouldn't be a perpetual check.
And board number 15 between Vitaly Sivok and Maximilian Lu.
Again, looks like a transmission error. I guess that one move earlier, black didn't play rook c2. If you go back one or two more moves.
Oh, right. Yeah, probably something else was played
Yeah.
instead, so rooks could double. You, of course, wouldn't
Yeah,
give up a rook.
we need to wait for that transmission to clear up.
Update. Right. But in the meantime, white is going to try and trade the pawns because you cannot checkmate with a knight only, sadly. They haven't updated chess yet with the current bug.
Well, maybe they will with your new laws coming into effect.
True. I mean, we were even chatting about the potential of chess commandments, the 10 commandments in chess. Thou shalt not play the London system, being one of them, and possibly the first one, because the first one is always the most important. So yeah, potentially. Yep.
Yeah, true.
I wonder if h5 is something worth noting, because like you still have to calculate, right? If this is the case, you'd have to play, I don't know.
95, yeah. For example, I guess there are also
Okay,
other
never
moves,
mind.
but
I guess there's nothing to really talk about then, because this is just winning. Ah, thought I could make it more complicated.
I think it's not so easy here.
Cannot be. Couple checky checks, because you just want to get the knight closer. And at least it's not h pawn rather than f pawn. So check, king g4, check again. I'll just continue to check, to be honest. Just play.
And just slowly win now. Yeah.
It all comes together with a knight. A right angle triangle has all sides equal to 1 in terms of moving. Is that also a commandment? Or just the Pythagoras law? Listen, I've been out of school for a while. Okay.
So I'm not the only one that already forgot like half of the stuff which we learned.
Honestly,
That's good to
I feel
hear.
like they didn't teach us the things we need to know about life, but okay. I mean,
Yeah,
who's
that's a
going to use
different topic. Yeah.
calculus when you're not even going to be implementing that in a university studies test?
Yeah.
And the game is over. Zheng Yao wins the game, and that means good things for the standings, for him at least. And this was board number 5. So yeah, he's on 6 points. Would be nice
Yeah,
to
he's
see.
joining the group.
Be nice to see the standings so far. And they are out. I mean, the standings are being updated as we speak, with Aditya Mittal winning on the tie breaks. I don't know if any of his opponents in the previous round, from the previous rounds, are still playing. It's likely to be the case. But he's leading by a
Yeah.
full point.
I'll quickly check that one out.
Yeah, we're doing some research for him. Yeah, maybe even Alexa's opponents could potentially still be playing.
Yes. So two opponents of Aditya are still playing. And
Grabnev too.
Grabnev 2, 3.
Mm-hmm.
I think 3 still are playing.
Oh wow. Okay, so no results in terms of that. The Buchholz could still be changed, but it looks like
Yeah.
I mean they drew against each other, so even if it comes down to the direct encounter, If their buchels are the same, then
Then
it's
what
the number of
happens?
wins.
Number of wins. Okay. Who is leading in that regard?
1, 2, 3, 4 wins for Grebnev. Aditya has 1, 2, 3, 4 wins. What is this? All right, and
What is gonna happen then?
then the fourth tiebreak is performance variable with
Our
parameter.
rating performance. Yeah, that would be Aditya Mittal.
It would be. He has a rating performance of 2689 versus Grebnev's 2661. So wow, if it comes down to that neck and neck, that's pretty incredible. I should have just looked at the tiebreak on the ranking list. I don't know why I was going down, scrolling all the way down, but yeah, okay. Then in third would probably be Bassem Amin. I mean, he was leading in terms of Buchholz on his score just before this round, probably going to be unchanged for the rest, depending. Of course, he's only half a point ahead on Buchholz. Maxim Zark on 44.5. Buchholz 6 points. So let's count how many people on 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is there anyone else who can also end on 6? Let's check.
So there are
Or
not so
12.
many games still ongoing. What about
No,
Seabook?
no one can end on 6, so that's it. Yeah,
Yeah.
that is it. Right. So that is all the players on 6. That's a lot of players, though, to be honest. To be fair. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it looks like top 3 is pretty much secured. Maybe just with the uncertainty being who's first and who's second. But yeah. We'll probably just do a quick recap of the top 10 boards, shall we?
Yeah, good idea.
Okay. Do you want to run us through the recap? I'll try to play the moves that you're talking about if you want to just talk about games in
Yeah,
general.
sure. So I think the first board was actually probably one of the most uneventful games. And it became already quite clear that Grabnev is very much content with a peaceful outcome, securing at least a top 3 placement. And that became clear with his opening choice, and all of this was sort of well-known theory. And I think that both of the players spent not much time at all in this game because almost everything was known to them. And yeah, the logical outcome was a draw in that game. So I think the game of Jacobian against Aditya was more eventful, and I'm sure it was, at least to some extent, quite a disappointing result to Jacobian, who could have shared first if he used some of the chances which he got in the game. The first chance, I believe, or well, the biggest chance which we saw in the game came around in the end game. Let me try to find that point. Yeah, I think the critical moment was at move 30
Mm-hmm.
when Jacobian played this move King G1,
Mm.
stepping out of the checks because he wants to hide with the king on H2. But it was really time before Black can get sufficient counterplay to go for 96 at that moment instead of King G1, and it looked like their White really had pretty good winning chances. So yeah, I think that Jacobian is going to be a little bit disappointed about this one, especially now that I'm not sure which place he's going to be, but yeah, as it looks like probably around 5th place. Definitely not what he was hoping for, I would assume. But good news for Aditya Mittal, who had a fantastic tournament overall. And I think it was a very well deserved first place or second place, as we will see, but definitely a well deserved placement for the Indian player. And in the other game, I think also Matlakov against Amin Bassem was quite a solid and well played game by both players. And it started out with an Italian opening with quite a long theoretical line. There were some details with from the white side that Matlakov went for bishop b2
Mm.
and later on went back with the bishop to c1, kind of like a small change of plans. And yeah, with this move d5, then very typical central break, trying to exchange some material, and Matlakov found probably the best chance by striking in the center because Black's rook is still a bit misplaced on a7. But the position simplified quite a lot, and White kept some advantage, but it was not enough to put enough pressure onto the Egyptian number one, and yeah, just there were a lot of trades, and Amin held it without any problems.
Mhm. And lots of peace
Yeah,
on the top boards.
mm, yeah. I think about this game we don't really need to say anything
Berlin draw.
specific. Yeah, this was probably my favorite game from today. Tin Ying Yao's win against Zalmakhanov, because I think there were quite a few nice moments. First of all, this interesting line in the opening with the Caro-Kann 2 knights with knight a6 on move 5. And then, as we already discussed earlier, yeah, with ideas of knight b4. And then this instructive moment how Tin played the move queen d5 on move 10,
Mm.
which has many different ideas, like avoiding long castle because of queen a2, avoiding g3 because the rook on h1 is hanging, and just centralizing the queen. So I really liked this idea. And later on, I would jump to the move where he played b5, which was move 18, which was another very instructive moment. Because Black wants to open the queen side to infiltrate with all of his pieces, and he also wants to fight over the d5 square. So that's why Samarkhanov played b3, not wanting to push the pawn when Black's knight on c7 would get active.
Mhm.
Yeah, rook b8 now, trying to bring the rook onto the b file, and the pressure was just increasing. And at some moment, it started really to go wrong for Salmakhanov. However, there was a transition into the endgame later, which was objectively not the best.
Yeah, this tricky situation with rook c2.
Yeah, so here the best would have been, if I remember correctly, to take with the rook, and then after queen c2 to go queen e3.
Queen e3. Yeah.
But I don't think that this is so obvious. Like
Mm-mm.
we were saying, queen c7, it's not so clear why White's pawn is not very strong. I'm guessing that Black has quite a few attacking ideas, like knight d3, knight f2, knight g4, and stuff like that. But I think it was quite understandable by Tin to go into the endgame, because they are also, it does seem like Black has very nice practical winning chances.
Mhm. Yeah.
And
So
in the end, he was able to win the endgame. Yeah.
very nice conversion, minor piece. Yep. Okay, board number 6.
Yeah, that game, I think it went wrong pretty early in the opening stage. Starting with quite an uneventful Alapin, but things were heating up with this move e5, yeah. Which, yeah, as we said earlier, White cannot take on e5 because after taking rook e5, queen c7 is going to be a nasty double attack. But knight b5 immediately uses the weak squares, and I think that Saruk played it as good as you possibly can. He didn't make a single mistake, and it was just very difficult for Bokarov to defend this. Yeah, like there were all these weak squares, and then as a consequence of that, all of Black's pawns just started dropping off. Yeah. And there is the drawing margin we talked about earlier in opposite color bishop endgames, but here
Yeah,
being 2 pawns up, now 3 pawns, and having still the rooks on the board, it's just not holdable for Black.
indeed, very, very well played by Maxim Saruk. And board number 7 as well was quite a nice ending. But how did it start?
Yeah, we didn't really go through that game so much. We saw the opening stage quickly with this anti-martial, with Black sacrificing a pawn for activity.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the game was pretty normal for a very long time, but I think things started to go wrong for black um, when white played the move b4. I'm
Oh,
just seeing where it was. Um,
yeah, a lot of knight a2 trying to draw. Maybe that was the problem.
yeah, yeah. I
Mm,
guess that knight d4 on move 30,
mm.
yeah. It's not entirely obvious why it shouldn't be beneficial to open up the diagonal for the bishop on b7. It looks very natural. And it's not so clear what else he could have done
Oh,
here,
maybe the
to me.
follow-up was problematic and also the open king. Now it's very tough to... Oh, and then the queen. Oh my gosh, look at this.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's the danger of sacrificing a pawn in the opening, that if you don't find enough compensation, you're going to be a pawn down in the long run,
Yeah.
which basically happened in this game.
Yeah, wow. Wow, wow, wow. So that just
And with a nice finish, yeah.
mhm. Okay, board number 8. I think we also took a look at this quite briefly, at least the middle game. I mean, even up to leading up to the middle game. We
Yeah,
saw.
this decision with g4
Mm,
was the right start, and Rohit just played a very nice dynamic game. Yeah, g4 with the idea of getting e4 in later on,
mm.
which then he also managed to get. And already taking on d4 was maybe not the best objectively, but definitely logical. But after that, white's attack just came with full force, and it became extremely difficult for black to parry all of the different threats.
Yeah, it seemed like it almost played itself there in the end.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so this is also a draw between Ayush Sharma and Srihari on move 34. But I don't
Yeah, that
think
was
we
quite a
see much.
complicated game, which we didn't really talk about so much.
Yeah.
We only briefly saw the opening stage.
Mm.
And then at some moment, Ayush, I think, sacrificed a piece.
Oh, was potentially here? 97, that
Yeah,
is.
exactly, yeah.
Okay.
And he sacrificed another piece with knight
Another
f6.
one.
But then he gained back the knight on h4 and
Mm,
had a lot of activity and also a lot of pawns for the piece.
yeah, just Pac-Man Rook on the 7th rank and then some brief repetition before agreeing on a draw. And finally, board number 10 between Alexei and Erdzek.
Yeah, I think here it makes the most sense just to show the finish, because it
Yeah,
was just kind
sure.
of the highlight of the game, which came out the move 29.
29, let's quickly zoom
So
past.
White's king was always a little bit weak at the beginning, and his piece coordination was not great. But here came the final blow, which was rook e1, yeah. Because it's the only way that you can actually get this idea with rook h8 and checkmate on h1 without trading queens. And now there's no way
Oof.
for white to avoid that from happening. Yeah,
Yeah, these are just the moves that we made. It didn't actually happen.
yeah,
But yeah, congratulations to those who managed to be victorious this round, and of course to the winners of the tournament itself. I think it will continue to update just depending on the remaining games. I don't know if we should wait for those results or start wrapping things up, but I think it's a fair assumption that we're pretty sure of the winners of this tournament. But shall we? Shall we approach the conclusion of this stream, Felix?
yeah. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, it has been a huge pleasure working with you again, Felix. Thank you so much for joining us today. Despite our early start, I think that we managed to power through quite well.
I agree. Yeah, it's been a pleasure, Jesse. Especially with all of your witty jokes all the time, it's hard to fall asleep. So
I'm glad to have kept you awake. And yes, the fun commentary and learning a couple things, and of course the coffee and chat also keeping us on our toes with some questions and comments, etc. Thank you all for being here. And yeah, congratulations to all the winners of the tournament. This was the Almaty Open 2025. I'm hoping to be back soon, and hope you guys have a great day further. Felix, any final remarks?
Nothing to add to that. I also have to say thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed the overall stream. I'm sure that Jesse and all of the other guests did a fantastic job. And I also hope to be back on the Leeches podcast soon. And it would be nice to do that with Jesse in the future as well. So thank you guys for watching and see you soon.
Bye, everyone. Bye bye.